Time series analysis is a major component of a data scientist job profile. And the average salary of an employee who knows time series is 18 lakhs per annum in India and $110,000 in United States. So it becomes a necessity for you to master time series analysis if you want to get that high profile data scientist job. Thus, keeping in mind the importance of time series analysis, we have come up with this full course by Dr. Abhinanda Sarkar. Dr. Abhinanda Sarkar has his PhD in statistics from Stanford University. He has taught applied mathematics at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, been on the research staff at IBM, led quality, engineering development, and analytics functions at General Electric, and has also co founded Omics Labs. We are uploading this high quality classroom session by Dr. Abhinanda Sarkar from Great Learning's Business Analytics and Business Intelligence course, which has been ranked #1 analytics program consecutively for the past 5 years. This tutorial will be on YouTube for only a limited period of time so that learners across the world can have access to high quality content. So please do subscribe to Great Learning's YouTube channel and share the video with your peers so that everyone can learn from the best. Now, without further delay, let's have a quick glance at the agenda. We'll start by understanding the types of statistics, which are descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive. Then we'll understand what exactly is time series forecasting. After that, we'll look at the components of time series, which are trend, seasonality, and irregularity. Following which, we'll look at the additive model and multiplicative model in time series. Going ahead, we'll look at some of the measures of forecast accuracy. Finally, we'll work with two forecasting methods, which are random walk with drift and exponential smoothing. So let's start off with the session.
So my name is Abhinanda Sarkar. I usually teach in the BABI programs for the first part of the statistics courses. So SMDM, advanced statistics, things like that. So I don't think you and I have met, right? Very good. So now we'll be seeing too much of each other, because what we're going to do is we're going to do all of time series in sort of one residency. So we'll do 4 hours today, we'll do 4 hours tomorrow, and we'll do 4 hours on Sunday. And I think your afternoons are the same way, right? I think you're doing marketing in the same way, one in three. So it's a very simple residency, a little long, but I think both sides will be interesting to you. So whenever I've taught time series, this has gone a little differently for different groups. We can modify as we go along. There are sort of math sides to this that some batches are very interested in. There is the R side to it and the algorithm side to it that many people are interested in. And then there's the business side to it, the applications and where all this goes that people are interested in. We'll see where your temperament lies, what you are passionate about, and we'll spend more time on it as we go along. So if we go slowly, then we'll kind of cover the material. If we go too quickly, then that's okay. On Sunday, we'll do some case studies and look at other data sets, and you can try your hands out. So not to worry, we'll pace it as we go along, and we'll see how it shapes up. Okay, tell me a little bit as to what you've been up to. So what happened in the last residency? What have you done so far?
So we did predictive modeling.
Predictive modeling? Predictive modeling is done. So you know linear regression, logistic regression, linear discriminant or discriminant analysis, LDA. And that was last residency? That finished last residency? Okay. PK Week taught this one? Guru, but he also taught conjoint analysis. So that will be useful, I think, for the marketing research part. So that's a typical marketing technique. And on the data mining side? Random forests, neural networks, decision trees. So the idea of a training set, test set, validation set, all that has been seen. Okay. Cross validation, correct. So what we'll be using some of that for this module. So this is a module that follows up on the statistical side to it. In other words, the look and feel for it will be a little bit statistical in its nature, particularly the second half. But the forecasting methods, as you will see, will be evaluated using machine learning like holdout type methods. If I know the past, then I know the present. If therefore I know the present, then therefore I know the future. We'll take that idea and we'll build some test training principles around that. And then what else? So none of the domain courses have happened. Finance has not happened. This is the first one. This residency is the first one. Unsupervised learning, clustering and things like that, k-means and stuff of that sort. That is in advanced statistics, which you have also done. Analysis of variance. Any major thing I'm missing? That's about it, right? I haven't taught all the modules, but some such things. All right. So usually when an analytics session is done, it's often done using certain definitions, certain ideas. So some of the words that we often use, for example, these things you may have seen already: descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive. There are other ifs as well, as you said, diagnostic. So these are the ways that is usually talked about, but there are other ways of doing it as well. The description is more about saying, here is the data, and I'm simply going to tell you what it looks like. Prediction means I need to be able to build a model on the data in order to answer certain what if type questions. What if my X becomes this? Or what will happen in the future? Prescription is, roughly speaking, so what? If this is what the prediction is, this is what the description is, what actions should I take based on what I see? Very roughly speaking, description would be something like saying how many centuries has Virat Kohli scored. Predictive is like how many will he score in the World Cup. And prescriptive would be how do we get Virat Kohli to score more centuries, which is the business end of the problem, so to speak. Some of this is, of course, description is mostly about the data itself. In other words, it looks at data and it simply says, I'm going to do some processing on the data, maybe visualization techniques, maybe database techniques, and say, this is it. Cricinfo, for example, is good descriptive. IMDb, the movie database, is good descriptive. There's no model there, but you want some information about the movie, you'll get any information about the movie. If you're here, it's a combination of working with the data and having a mathematical structure on it. So for example, you often have equations, say y is equal to fx. In this case, predictive means what? Predictive then says that if I give you an x, you must give me a y. Which is what supervised learning essentially is all about. All the neural networks work and all the regression work that you did was essentially dedicated to that. And of course, that doesn't mean this is the only use of predictive. You can also have an equation that says y is equal to fx, and you can also use it purely to describe. So for example, you could say that instead of y is equal to a plus bx, I'm going to write an actual equation for it. Let's say I'm going to write y is equal to a plus bx. When this is a description of data, then A and B mean certain things. So for example, what is B? B is if X increases by 1 unit, then Y increases by 1 unit. For example, in marketing, you may do this and use concepts of elasticity. If price goes up by 1 unit, what happens to sales? If price goes up by 1%, what happens to sales? That's usually called an elasticity of demand. It's a description. Another use of it could be to say that if you give me another price point, then what will be my sales? To use it to predict. If you want to use it to predict, then certain things have to be done with it. One basic principle of prediction is an idea as to why is the prediction good? Or how good a prediction is. Now, how do you answer that? Performance? On what? And then say what? Train and test? There are many parameters around. Why do you do that? Okay. So what does your answer typically tell you? What does the result of a test training analysis look like? Or when you do a cross validation, what do you end up with?
How accurate our model are?
Give me a number. What is it? What does a number look like?
Percentage wise, or we can also go with confidence matrix.
If it's a classification problem, or if it's a percentage wise, percentage. True positives or true negatives. Confusion for what? So let's say that your true positive, true negatives, your sensitivity, specificity, precision, recall, whatever you call it. Let's say it's 10%. Oh well, not 10% is horrible, right? 90%, the other way around. So 90%. Let's say it's 90% accurate. What did that tell you? Model is strong, but what does that 90% mean? 90% of the time I'll be okay? 90% of the time my prediction is correct? So I'll give you two interpretations. Tell me whether each one of them is right or whether both are right or neither is right. One is, if 100 people predict correctly, 90 of them will be right. 100 people are predicting using your model, 90 of them will be correct. No? Okay. One person uses your model, there's a 90% chance that he's correct. You like that one better? Okay. All right. Different people like different interpretations to it. But that's one way of doing it. Very, very good. Now, how did you do it in regression? Linear regression? What did you do with the linear regression? You found an R-square. What did that tell you? Okay. So now, given a linear regression, what should I do? Should I take out 70% of it and test it out on the remaining 30% and tell you the error, or should I use R-square? Okay. Did you do neural networks? Did you calculate R-square for neural networks? Why not? Why were we not interested in the percentage variation there? What is the difference between a linear regression and a neural network? That's a black box. So whenever there's a black box, there's no R-square? Ah, that's a nice way of looking at it. So, bias variance is there in both. Very good. Linear regression goes after which one? That's a method, another method. Let me ask you this. Given y and given x, let's say a continuous y. Give me an example of a continuous y, a number. Sales. Okay. Sales, and then let's say this is sales, and I have lots and lots of data here. Say x1 to xp, whatever. I've got px's here. Correct? And you want to predict y. What model would you use? And why, and then what would you do with it? All right. So what you have done is essentially you have told me that if it is a descriptive purpose, then you can go for a linear regression, because that linear regression describes the thing in an understandable way. There's an equation, there are coefficients, there's a model. But if your purpose is to predict and not care about what's in the model, then maybe you can use a model that has no interpretation, no coefficients, no description associated with it. But all you're interested in is the prediction.
Yeah, because in ANN you cannot find out the interaction between the.
You can, it's harder.
Yeah.
You can. Yes, a neural network does effectively what a linear regression does. It's just that the model is a lot more complicated. So there are many, many more parameters sitting there, the weights and the offsets and the biases, and instead of having something very simple like ordinary least squares, you've got back propagation. But a neural network is designed to do something a little different. A neural network is designed to say that I will forecast and I don't care how. Right? And the quality of my model will be judged by only one thing, how well I have forecast. A linear regression is doing something a little different. A linear regression is doing, I'm going to give you an equation. What you do with that equation is your business. You can use it to describe, you can use it to forecast, you can use it to prescribe. You can say, if I want my sales to go up by 10%, my prices should come down by how much? You can use your coefficient to answer that question. That's a very hard question to answer for a neural network. It's not designed to answer a question like that. So they have different purposes. So this philosophy of modeling that you've been exposed to has different endpoints. the prediction endpoint is an endpoint that is one of the possible endpoints of an analytical exercise, which is to say what happens. In machine learning, that point of view is central to the exercise. The machine is learned, and you're trying to understand how has it learned, and therefore use that learning for a new input. Give me a new x and then tell me what this new y is. To say how good that is, you now give it a new set of x's and understand how good the y is. You've done the concept of overfitting? Overfitting means what? It works very well for the trained data. That means it may or may not work very well for the test data. It doesn't generalize well. So that's the neural network challenges that premise by essentially saying, okay, if it doesn't do that very well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my data and I'm going to use it to generalize. So I'll take 30% of it out, pretend it doesn't exist, or 10% out or whatever, and then predict it, and then say that if a known part of the data can be predicted without the data having seen it, then the unknown part of the data would, I have hopes, will be predicted. In other words, that's its purpose. Now, how does a regression method or how does a statistical method deal with this problem of saying that it needs to work outside the data set that it is seeing? You do? Did you do that in, say ANOVA? Did you do that in hypothesis testing? Why not? If I'm analyzing data, I'm doing a hypothesis test, the same principle should apply, right? Nobody cares about your data. They care about their data. So why wasn't it done there? It wasn't done there because the principle there is slightly different. The principle there says that in order for it to work with your data, I'm going to pretend that my data and your data have a common part. That common part is what we call the population. So he says there is a common population from which I have a sample. Using my analysis, I will tell from my sample what it says about the population. That information you can now use for your purposes, which is a different idea. It's a different way of generalizing something. Which is why when you do statistics, you introduce the notion of a population. The population is the part that remains the same from data set to data set. It is the part that generalizes. X bar does not generalize, mu does. X bar is an arithmetic calculation you are doing on your data set that tells me nothing about my data set. What tells me something about my data set is the value of mu, because the mu is the common to both of us. Now the question becomes, what does your X bar tell about mu? From that I'll be able to say, therefore, if I see the mu, it is about this. Hence you have to have standard errors, hence you have to have confidence intervals and things of that sort. So there are two tricks at play here. One is the trick of out of sample learning, the test training idea that says that convince me by saying that it works out of the sample. And the other is the idea of a sample population, which is to say convince me by giving me an estimate of an unknown parameter together with the uncertainty bars around it. And I'll be interested in that estimate. I'm not interested in your arithmetic number. So what we'll do for time series is that we'll take some of these ideas and we'll kind of extend them to a particular way of doing things. And that particular way of doing things says is that now I want to think of the problem of prediction in time. Now in English language, prediction and forecasting often mean the same thing. In analytics, they don't. In analytics, prediction means what? Prediction means there's an equation of the type y is equal to fx. If I give you an x, predict the y. Forecasting means if I've given you a series of observations, y1, y2, yn, tell me what yn plus 1 is and what yn plus 2 is. Forecasting is about time. Prediction may or may not be about time and typically is not about time. So when people say predictive analytics, that doesn't necessarily mean that there's time involved. It could simply mean predict what will happen if my price goes down. Forecasting is a little different. Forecasting means tell me what my sales will be in the future. So the problem that we'll be dealing with today, tomorrow and the day after is the forecasting problem, not the prediction problem. Now we'll be using prediction-like methods to solve it, as you'll see. We'll borrow from the idea of regression to see how it works, to see what kind of principles can be done. Now, there's a monograph that Professor Basu, who teaches this course regularly and is sort of the standing faculty for this module, she and certain members of the Great Learning staff have come up with this monograph. It's meant to some extent be a refresher, but we're going to use it as sort of the core material for the course. That should be available in your LMS. There should be a data set also there, a tractor sales data set, which is sort of the carrying example for this. It's an example that we kind of wring all the juices out of. So, which means that towards the end, we might need to take another example to see this. So, what I'll request is that you download this file and the data that comes with it also on your machine, however you'd like to access it. There are other data sets that we might load as time goes by. A little bit of an introduction to what this is. So, I won't talk too much about this. I mean, it's fairly obvious. So, a time series is a data in which the data is sequenced in time. It is observed in time in a sequential manner, which means that the data arrives at you in a sense that this is before this. This is not true in a regression, in a typical regression scenario or a typical supervised learning scenario. In, say, a regression model or linear regression model, if the data comes to you in a different order, will you get the same answer? You'll get the same answer. The answer doesn't depend upon the order of the data. Here it does, because the number is given to you in a certain specific sequence. Now, the sequence could be driven in hours, days, whatever it is, but that's a big difference. Now, that means sometimes that we often look at combinations of data that are of different types. So, for example, it could contain data from different kinds of variables. In other words, a typical example of it would be, let's say that you're looking at stock prices. So, you open a typical newspaper and you'll see lots and lots of stock prices. You can arrange those in time as well. So, you could look at, say, data from a bunch of stocks, let's say 50 stocks in the Nifty, and you could follow them for a year. Let's say you look at closing stock prices for a year. I don't know how many that is, say for weekdays, etc., 250 odd observations, but you do it for about 30 to 50 stocks. Now, what do you see? You see a cross section, which means on a given day you see all the stocks. At the same time, you see a time series. Or, for example, you're seeing a video. If you're seeing a video, the cross-section version of the video is what? The cross-section version of the video is at a given instant in time, there's a frame. That's an image. So, an image is the cross-section version of it. Now, what's the time series version of it? The time series version of it is in time, there is lots and lots of images that are running one after the other. And in your eye, they're rolling into a movie. So, for example, if you look at, let's say, the technology of the software, how is that displaying this? That's displaying this, for example, pixel by pixel or voxel by voxel, which means in a particular part, you're seeing one particular part of that video, but you're seeing it across time. So, it's a combination of something cross-sectional and something time series, which is what a lot of data comes as. Data that is for example, sales data, data on your metabolism, your blood pressure, right, other records that you have. So, full-blown time series data usually consists of both a time component as well as a series of variables that are at a given instant in time. Now, at this point, I will say that in this monograph or in this series, we shall not be talking about cross-sectional data at all. The cross-sectional data part is something that you're already doing. And towards the end, we might say that here's how you will combine these two ideas. The idea of variables being static in time and then moving that across. What we will be focusing on is only the time series component. So, we'll be looking only at things that are moving in time. In particular, we'll be looking at only one series. So, if you're looking at stock prices, only one stock price. If you're looking at sales, only one column of sales numbers. That's it. Now, as I said, in the world out there, the data could come in many things. If you're looking at tractor sales, you're not just looking at tractor sales. You're looking at, for example, prices of tractors. You're looking at, say, competitor sales of tractors. You're looking at some kind of agricultural produce or whatever the tractor is used for. Maybe you're looking at fuel prices. Right? Maybe you're looking for prices of inputs making those tractors. You could be looking at a number of things. But we'll simplify things and we'll look only at one series of numbers. Only at one series of numbers. So, for example, you could be seeing data at different forms of what that series is. You could be seeing, for example, things that are, I don't know, daily, like I was giving examples of stock market prices. Weekly, things that are products that are manufactured. Monthly, let's say an unemployment rate. Some of these things are easy, some of these things are hard. Quarterly sales of a product. Annual, gross domestic product of a country. Census, which are at more than one annual things. Some of these are very easy to capture, some of these are automatically captured. Stock market prices are automatically captured. Software in stock market exchanges are designed to generate that. You go to Capital Online, which is a website, the data is available to you. Some of these are not so easy. So, for example, unemployment rate. The whole country is very bothered that we can't measure unemployment. Not an easy thing to measure, depending on your definition of who is unemployed and what not. So, some of these are definitional issues, like how do you define an employment person, who is unemployed, How would you, if you are analytics professionals, or you're going to be analytics professionals, or you are, if you are asked to calculate an unemployment rate, how would you go about doing it? Salary purposes? So anyone who has a salary is employed. So someone who doesn't have a salary is unemployed. So if you haven't received a salary in 3 months, you're unemployed. Salary lesser than so? No, he has a point. Don't knock it. So what would be your definition? My daughter is 6.5 years old, right? We're trying to teach her money and we are giving her an allowance, a budget of 5 rupees every time we go shopping. So you decide what you want to buy. 5 rupee budget. If you don't want to spend the money, cool. You get it next week as well, roll over. You want to buy something that's say 30 rupees, 60 rupees, etc. You've seen a nice little eraser or a toffee, etc. You figure out how many months or how many weeks you're not going to buy anything. You figure this out, right? She's unemployed or employed? Does she have an income? 5 rupees. Is she employed? If you're calculating the unemployment rate of the country, where does she fall? Things aren't that easy, right? And serious people a lot more serious than you and me, haven't gotten this right. So we're not going to get this right in this class. My point being that there are some of these are very, very serious definitional issues. Once those definitional issues have been sorted out and you understand what this is, even for things that are in a business context, not just an economics context, sales of a product, correct? Sales of a product, you know how to do that, correct? Let's say that you bought a house and you've bought it using a loan, correct? Has that sale happened? From the builder's perspective, the sale has happened because the builder has received the money from the bank. From your perspective, has it happened? Well, you're living in the house or in the apartment, presumably it has happened. So when do you account for sales? Any chartered accountants here? Accountant types? No? All right. One. So how do you account for a sales? If you're doing a bill of accounts for a company, when do you say the sales has happened? At least how? So you got some metrics that says that something has to happen. So yes, it's also tricky. Sometimes it's defined as saying that the product has to begin use in some way. That at least has to happen. Then certain things, has it been, so to speak, has it been delivered? So for example, sales of a service. If you're saying an IT service professional, has that sale happened? You're going to do billable hours. How much have you sold? You've got a contract. That contract stipulates, say, 2 years of service. You have done, say, 2 months. You've billed for 2 months. You've gotten paid for 2 months. What got sold? For 2 months only. You could argue that. But the contract, so to speak, or the PO or whatever you want to call it, is for, let's say, 2 month period. So these are hard. And very often what we often do in business, we resort to in some way management of that number in order to ensure that they conform to certain guidelines and certain metrics. Otherwise, what happens is that you end up moving numbers around in order to meet certain business metrics. When do I account for the sale? How much do I depreciate on a product? How much do I keep on the books? How much do I keep off the books, so to speak? In other words, how much is future earnings? How much is all of that? So whenever you see a time series, there is this issue at the back of your head that says that where is this number coming from and what does it exactly mean and how should I use it? It's not really important for the analytics itself, but it's important for understanding what the number means. For example, the census. What is the census? How often do we do the census? 10 years. What question does it answer? Population of what? India? When? When the census was taken? How long does it take to do the census? 1 year. So if it takes 1 year to do the census, what population is it measuring? so little definitional issues here, right? So the census is designed to say that, for example, let's say the 31st December of 2001 or 2011 or somewhere, it's an estimate of the exact number of people that's there. And if you see the census numbers, then you can, these days, Google for it, I suppose. It'll give you a number up to the nearest digits. This is the population of India, up to the nearest person. It's not a round off. Now the population isn't obviously that. The population is variable. It changes second by second. People are being born and people die in this country constantly. But you still need a definition to say that this is what the definition of the census is. At 10 years, this is what the population of India is. So in the middle of say 2014 or 15, I will tell you to the nearest person what the population of India was at the end of 2011. Which is a reasonable calculation to try and do. If I ask for what is the population today, that's a much harder question. And if I ask for the questions and you can look for that. So you can say, what is the population of India? What is the population of the world? There's a site that gives you that. And that last digit keeps moving. It'll constantly change. Because naturally, you're staring at it, right? As you're staring at it, the population of the world is changing, increasing up and down. It's by and large generally increasing. The number of people born every second is a little more than the number of people who are dying every second. And now let's suppose that I ask you a question. So what is going to be what is the projection of the population of the world or the projection of the population of India, let's say a year from now, which is the forecasting problem? It's based on just one series. Now for us, that's going to be based on just one series. In practice, that's going to be based on a number of things. Or let's say the population of your companies. You work in companies? Let's say that I want you to say, how many people will your company have? Or let's say your HR team gives you this question. Give me a forecast of the head count at the end of the year. Useful number to know. Budgeting purposes and all such kinds of things. Now think about how you're going to go about doing that. What factors would be going in? How would you do that, by the way? If someone asks you to say in your company, what is the projected head count at the end of this year? That in some ways the simplest way of doing it. Net hires, as they say, net adds. Net adds. So how many people are coming in? How many people are going out? In the past, for the same series. In other words, you convert it into a pure time series problem. It'll be sequence. But more importantly than that, you're using an interesting idea. It says that this depends on many things. As you said, you gave me a 10 reasons. It depends on plans. It depends on many things. But I say I don't care about all those many things. All those many things are already included in my data. They've all been factored into what has happened in the past. All I'll do is I'll figure out what this series looks like, and then I'll project that series forward. Now this relies on an interesting idea. And the idea there is this, that the future looks like the past. Now, if the future does not look like the past, what will you do? Now, here you're in a fundamental difficulty. Because if you are a business analyst, then and you're in great learning to analyze data, the data involves only the past. The future has not happened. So now you're in a situation that your data may not be relevant because the future is different from the past, and the past is all that is available to you. The future is not available to you. The data is in the past, the question is in the future. You are sitting in the middle. So therefore, the point is to be able to say what about the past is going to be relevant in the future. What about the past is going to be relevant in the future? And there are multiple ways of doing that. For example, you could use the population idea to say there is a population from whom people were hired in the past, and the same population from which people will be hired in the future. What can I say about that population? And that population has many characteristics. That population has demand characteristics, which means the labor pool, people I'm hiring from. That population has supply characteristics, which is the managers, the people who are doing the hiring. But that population, I'm saying, is going to remain the same. And now there will be peculiarities that will differ. Projects may differ. Individual people may differ. Motivation to leave may differ. He may leave for one reason, I may leave for one reason, he may leave for another reason. That's okay. But the attrition rate will remain the same. The individual attrition may differ. And the way you predict that attrition may differ. But you may be willing to predict the attrition. I don't care why people leave. But I'm going to assume that the rate at which they leave is going to be the same. So long as you allow me that, I can project forward. If you challenge that, now I have a problem. Now I have to say, okay, if I calculate the attrition rate, how do you think that attrition rate is going to change? And you'll say, it's going to change. But I said, is it going to change like it has changed before? So let's say my attrition rate has been going up. So my attrition rate, let's say, was 12%, then 14%, then 16%. And you may ask the question that if the future is going to be in the past, will it keep going up? And now management will say, no. Now we have new CEO, new policy, attrition rate will not go up. We'll pay people a lot more, nobody's going to leave. Very good. But now my trend has been disturbed. So the idea is to be able to build different kinds of models to effectively solve this. Now the way this is solved is using two different styles of things, and we'll do both of these. One of them is in some way called the decomposition method, which we'll do mostly today and a little bit of tomorrow, and the other is called the regression method. So the decomposition method essentially says this. It says that when you've seen a series of observations, let's say you've seen the sales, take that series and split it into certain parts. The first way I'm going to decompose it is saying that what part of this series projects into the future and what part of it does not. In other words, what part of it can I say moves in the series and what part of it is not. That's the first decomposition. Now the part that can be forecast, the part that is systematic and not an error, is going to be useful in the forecast. The part that is not systematic, like a random error, I'm going to ignore. It's going to be like in your regression where you had y is equal to a plus bx plus epsilon. In the forecast, you had a plus bx. What happened in the forecast to the epsilon? You ignored it. You ignored it. It was there in the data. It was in fact what was called a residual. But in your forecast, you ignored the residual. Why? Because you said that the residual applies to this data set. It doesn't apply to the future data set. So when you forecast, you said y is equal to a plus bx with the new x. There was no attempt on the epsilon side. So decomposition decomposes the time series into firstly into two pieces, a part that is predictable and a part that is not predictable. The part that is predictable we'll use. The part that is not predictable we will ignore. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, that's a problem. But that's a problem not just in time series, that's a problem in all of analytics, which is the example I was giving. In other words, where you are going to predict, where you are going to project has nothing to do with the data that you have. So let's say that you're trying to understand what's going to happen to Jet Airways. Correct? Now, what is the valid data for that? What data will you use in order to understand or predict what is going to happen to Jet Airways? So that is going to hit the problem he's saying, that the Jet Airways of the past is not going to look anything like the Jet Airways of the future. They had lots and lots of aircraft in the past. They had 14 today, I think the newspapers were saying. International flights are halted and things of that sort. Right? I'm getting reminders from Jet Airways saying your flight has been cancelled. I'm saying thank you for telling me I had a flight. I didn't know I was booked on it. So, well, I know now, and I now know that I have not booked on it anyway. Okay, good. So is that the valid data? Now, or is it not? Another argument could be that if I want to understand what is happening in a company that is going through this kind of a change, let me try and understand what happened to similar companies in the past that went through this kind of a situation. Quite a few airlines in the West have, some airline in North America, an Alaskan airline or one of those just left its passengers hanging in an airport. Essentially, the airport shut down. A year ago, an airline shut down when its planes were in the air. So the pilot said, okay, we'll land you, not to worry. I can't go anywhere, can I? So there is data, but that data applies to, so the idea is what? The idea is to say that if I want to get information about any situation, let me try and get information about similar situations. From a machine learning perspective, what it means is show me some data from which I can learn this. Show me the supervised pattern. Because if I don't have the supervised pattern, that y is equal to fx, there's nothing I can learn. From a statistical perspective, the question becomes, demonstrate for me the population from which this is a sample. So a collapsing jet airline is a sample from what? Is the question to ask. Is it a sample from the old Jet Airways? Probably not. Is it a sample from collapsing airlines globally? Maybe a better sample. Is it an example of companies in India that are collapsing? Maybe. So what we do as analysts is very often we play this game in saying that if this is what I want to understand, where is the data on something that is similar? If nothing like that exists, now you're in trouble. And essentially you have to make things up or you have to guess. Or you build a pure mathematical model and you do some analytics on it. You optimize it, for example, and things of that sort. You build an equation. You've done optimization? So in optimization, for example, where do you get those numbers? You did linear programming and using solver and things like that, right? Where did those input coefficients come from? For the problems you did. So where did the number come from? Where did the right hand side of that constraint, where did the equations come from? From the business side, but how did the business know? Did they do some analytics to do that? Did they make some assumptions? So if there was no data at all, you sit and you make certain assumptions and say this is it. Now in optimization, you did not think of that. But for example, it could possibly be that the equations that they're using are themselves sort of like linear regression coefficients or are themselves projections. Things that they've gotten from the data. What is the cost? What is the cost of this input? If you're going to use that to optimize, what is the relevant cost? The relevant cost is the cost that will be in there in the future. But what is your data cost? Your data cost is the cost that is there in the past. Given cost in the past, what cost should you take to take as an input into the solver so as to optimize, let's say, your revenues or optimize your profits? That's going to be a projection of the cost or it's going to be some model. If you could say, look, I've got no idea what this is. Now you're in trouble. Either you make up things as you go along, as you say, I'm going to assume that this is the case, or you start getting the data and you fill it in. You should read books by philosophers on this. I mean, it makes for fascinating reading. That's saying that, humanity, so to speak, sometime around maybe 2,500 years ago, whatever, people became conscious. When people said that, we want to understand where we came from. We're looking up at the skies. We don't understand where it is. We're asking questions like, who am I? Why was I born? What do I do? What is my purpose in life? What are all these things moving around in the sky? Are the animals the same as me? These are all good questions to ask. But there was no data. There was no information available to humans to answer these questions. So in the opinion of many, all over the world, religions got created. Because answers to these needed to be present from a purely spiritual, from a purely answer saying that, why is this happening? Now I've got no data, I've got no way of knowing how the universe was created. So let me make a hypothesis. Let me say that this is how I believe the universe was created. And you do that. And then as the centuries went by, people figured out how to get data around it. So they got data around it. And they got telescopes and they got microscopes, and biology was created, and they say, oh, this is what plants look like, this is what animals look like. Telescopes got created, this is what the sun looks like, this is what the planets look like. Slowly people got data and they say, so this is probably what happened. And people came up with theories of evolution, like Darwin and others. People came up with theories of astronomy, like Copernicus and Bhaskaracharya and Aryabhatta and many others. And so slowly data started coming in. And slowly science started getting created, and you chipped away and you got the data and you say, now I have the data and I think this is true. And many people believe that the way science operates is that you get the data and then you say, now I have evidence and now I'm going to remove my assumption with this evidence from the data. But there are still things I don't understand. And let faith and religion remain there until I get enough evidence to say that I believe that this is not the case. And in the analytical world, you end up doing something that is vaguely similar. If you don't have any data whatsoever, then you make it up. And as you start getting data, you start filling in those gaps. And you say, now what should I do? Not now what should I do? Now what should I do? And you get information around it. Correct? If you don't have any data, you borrow it. How did you decide? You went to college somewhere, right? Undergraduate degree? How did you decide where to go? First of all, did you decide where to go? Or did someone else decide where you went? Or your marks, right? What did you do? You used your data to infer what? To infer where you can go? Fair enough. So you used your data to say, the data says that this is where I want to be able to go. Or it might be that the data says that the best students do this. Once you are in there, then what did you do? So you made a database decision based on your performance to be able to do that, and then what did you do? My point being that as you got more and more information, you took more and more informed decisions as to what to do. And every time around, to some extent, you use that information in order to be able to predict or forecast certain activities that you will do. You're standing on the road, you're standing on this road in front. The taxi has dropped you off on the other side. You want to get here or you want to get home. Do you cross the road? How do you decide whether to cross the road or not? Based on what? Based on the data. So a car is coming towards you. You're deciding to cross or not to cross. How are you making that decision? Speed of the car. Hopefully your speed as well. How close the car is, the speed of the car, your projected speed, the distance to the other side of the road. You're going to use all that information in order to be able to make a split decision as to whether this will come here or not. Now you're going to make certain assumptions. For example, one entirely reasonable assumption you might be making is that this car is not speeding up. If this car is accelerating, your assumption could be wrong. Now, also the assumption that you will be able to cross in time and that something is not going to come into your way. You're going to make these assumptions. Now, what is allowing you to make these assumptions is you're essentially saying that this is what it usually works out to be. This is what usually happens. Now, if it doesn't happen, I'm going to protect myself for it. I may put, for example, certain safety margins around it, which is what confidence intervals are supposed to do. And based on those, I'm going to say I'm going to cross if I'm relatively sure of crossing. I had a school classmate who was very afraid to cross the road. Grew up in the Indian Statistical Institute, the Barrackpur trunk road from outside Calcutta went through in front. So he was very afraid to cross the road. So the trucks would be coming. He was justifiably afraid. On this side we had college, on the other side was more interesting things like movie halls and restaurants and other inspiring places. So we were very interested in crossing the road. So he'd begin to cross the road, he'd reach about 80%, 90% on the other side, and then he'd get scared and run all the way back. So we tell him this is not the point. I mean, you're increasing, risks of doing this. And to statistics students, we had fun doing this. But anyway, So you make certain projections. So in other words, you do this decomposition all the time, on a regular basis, on a daily basis, to figure out what it is doing. How does it actually work? How this is the way it usually works, and therefore this is the part that we'll be able to predict, and there'll be certain things that won't work all the time, and that is the part that I need to be able to ignore. So we will decompose it in that way, and then we will decompose a little more interestingly. We will say, let me go a little bit further and say that what about this decomposition refers to, let's say, a long-term trend, and what about this decomposition refers to, let's say, a short-term seasonality. So what is happening over a longer period of time and what is happening over a shorter period of time. We'll do that as well. The second approach, which we'll do later in the course, uses a slightly different principle. It says this. In time series, in prediction, for example, I looked at y is equal to fx. And the prediction problem was that if you give me an x, I will give you a y. Now think of this from a time series forecasting problem. What is my y? My y is my observation in time. It's, let's say, the future observation. What are my x's? My past observations. So I can write an equation that looks vaguely like this. Let's say yt plus 1 is equal to f of, let's say, yt minus 1, yt minus 2, etc. Today, yesterday, day before yesterday, these are all my inputs, and my output is tomorrow, what I want to predict. In other words, I can write the future as a function of the past. Now, how would I make this work? I would say, you know what? But I don't know yt plus 1. I'm trying to forecast it. But if this is a model, like supervised learning, in other words, there is an equation that, and this f applies to this data set. The same f can now be applied, for example, to yt. Now, if I apply the same f to yt, I can now write it as yt minus 1, yt minus 2, yt minus 3. Do you understand? It's the same f, except that is now being applied from yesterday. Now, written this way, I have the full data. Essentially, I played a game. The game I've played is forecasting the future based on the present is like forecasting the present based on the past. What allows me to do that is the principle that something about the future is the same as present and in the past. In other words, I'm assuming that this f does not change. I'm assuming either that this f comes from a population, or I'm assuming that this f is something that has been tested through some kind of learning algorithm, and it holds both in a test situation and in a training situation. This is the test situation and this is the training situation. Now, the idea of test training is that the same f works. I validated it in one and I'm using it in the other. Why? Because my problem is here, but my data is here. Something must connect them. So therefore, if I can frame the problem this way, now what has happened? Now what has happened is you give me a supervised learning algorithm and I will give you a time series forecasting algorithm. I will simply take my past observations as inputs into a supervised learning algorithm. Maybe that's a neural network, and people have done that. Use neural networks to forecast. There are many, many such applications. What we will do is do something much simpler. What we will do is we will use this, but we will use this in the context of linear regression. So what we will do is we will say, I will build a regression function of the future based on the present and in the past. Based on the present and the past. Use it, the same regression function, to forecast the future. Because this is a regression on itself, we're going to call this an auto-regression. Auto means self. Automobile is something that moves on its own. So an auto-regression is a regression on itself. You're regressing the same variable on itself. A different version of itself, it's past, but the same thing. So essentially you're learning from the data. So these are two different approaches. As you'll see, they're going to be useful in different kind of contexts, and they both are well used in practice in different situations. Predict by decomposing into the known and the unknown, the long-term trend and the short-term seasonality, or predict by building a supervised prediction rule with the past as its input. Now, decompositions. So when we decompose, we're going to decompose into a number of things, as I said. The first thing that we're going to decompose by is we're going to decompose into things that are random and things that are non-random. A regular component and a irregular component. The irregular component is the component that will not play a role in the prediction. It's a random movement that happened before but will not happen in the future. The regular part of it, so to speak, can be decomposed further into many, many ways. The version that we will be seeing, for example, talks about things that are long-term, like trend, and things that are more short-term, which for our purposes we are going to call seasonality. Something that goes up and down. For example, if you're looking at, let's say, air travel, there's a general idea that air travel is going up, but there's also seasonality in the air travel. Your expenses. What does a time series of your expenses look like? Exponential? It should. It should, right? I mean, your income should look exponential. Your expenditure should look exponential. And around that exponential, is it the same every day? Is it the same every month? How does it vary? Is there a seasonality to your expenditure? Do you spend more at certain times of the year? For example, let's say, summer times, if you have got kids or if you've got extended family, there's travel you might do. There are certain festival times when you might be spending a little bit more. If you are an entrepreneur, then there'll be a quarterly rhythm to this, making your quarterly numbers and things like that. So there may be certain things that are long term. Your expenditure is going up, as you said, exponentially or maybe linearly, whatever it is. And then there are certain variations around that. That variation is something that you are interested in managing. Now, sometimes the fact that there is a pattern itself could be a little bothersome. You would expect everything to some extent be irregular. For example, what should your blood pressure look like? If I take a blood pressure of yourself, let's say every day, and I do it for, let's say, a year, what should it look like? Ideally consistent. So what is the trend here? Should it have a trend? What should the trend be? Flat. So the ideal is it's flat. So mean shouldn't be. So ideally you should say they should be flat. Should it have any seasonality? No. But it happens. If you're married, for example, and you're with your parents, that's one kind of blood pressure. You're with your in-laws, that's an entirely different kind of blood pressure. Right? So maybe on a daily basis. But one objective of that could be, for example, one medical objective of that could be to really study to understand whether there is a trend and whether your blood pressure is going up or not. And if there is, then arrest that trend on a long-term basis. The second also interesting part is to control the irregular part. Is essentially to ask the question that is your blood pressure also varying too much? In other words, is it spiking or is it going down? Which is what people often ask. This is done for many biological signals. For example, it's done a lot more for blood sugar. I hope none of you are diabetics. But if you are a diabetic, then you're measuring blood sugar regularly. And what the doctor is looking for is not just what the level is, but whether there are spikes. And to keep it below those spikes. In other words, it becomes very dangerous when it sort of shoots up and it comes down. Even for blood pressure, it's the same thing. So there are times when you are very interested in understanding this or at least keeping this under control. In business, what does this mean? In business, what this means is, let's say that you are selling something. Well, I don't know, let's say that you sell sweets. You have a sweet shop in Bangalore and you're selling sweets. How much sweets do you expect to sell? Seasonality. This is important to know because first of all, this will dictate how many sweets you have. Let's say it's an ordering principle. In other words, you're trying to decide on a daily basis how many sweets should I get in today. So now you're going to look at sales. Now this sales is going to look like what? Will there be a trend? Okay, think about that. You got one shop. Do you want a trend? Upward trend? You want more people buying. I picked a complicated example, but you'll do a supply chain exercise later, etc. If you have too much, if you're projecting too much growth, then there's a question of saying that how much will I be able to sell and keep in this particular store? And if you're now saying that my trend is going to be this, and every day you bring in so many sweets, and by the time you're saying in the middle of the day, your sweets have all run out. And now you're losing market, losing customers for the second half of the day. But you can't get more sweets in because you can't, where will you keep the remainder of the sweets? So there's a different question there. But there's one set of questions that deals with whether you have increasing sales or not. Then as you were saying, it's seasonality. There are certain times when you will get to see more sales. Festival time is Ganesh Chaturthi, whatever festival that you believe in. So Ugadi just went by. So there'll be festival times. And then what else? What you're worried about is in some way the random spikes, the unpredictable spikes that you see in scale. Spikes in both directions, spikes up as well as spikes down, which could be caused by a number of things. Maybe something that a competitor is doing, maybe something went wrong with your suppliers, maybe a parking issue in front of your store, maybe a behavior issue with one of your sales people, environmental issues, the sweet doesn't last that long on that given day, or it's just raining too much. No one's coming in. You can't forecast the rain that much, but if it's raining all the time, no one's going to come in. I'm sorry? India wins the World Cup. That's high sales or low sales? Well, that's high sales after the fact. That may lead to low sales a little before because everybody's watching the game. So I remember growing up, we would have, on Sunday mornings, we would have the Ramayana and the Mahabharata on Doordarshan. And at that time, particularly I think when the Mahabharata came, the neighborhood would be deserted. Everybody would be inside seeing television, right? On a Sunday morning. And if you know Kolkata, any of these cities on Sunday morning at about that time, that's actually fairly peak shopping time. People are going out and they're doing the visual shopping, and markets would complain that this is not something, but soon they figured this out, that this is what's going to happen. People are going to come before or people are going to come after. So the irregular component is an important component to have a handle on. And in many domains, this is the part where most of the fun is. For example, in finance. Now in finance, very little is predictable. Stock prices, are they predictable or are they not? Not with guarantee. That's true. That's true. But what happens to stock prices? Let's suppose the stock price is going up. What's going to happen? So think of it just as a product. So there exists a product whose price is going up. Now what will happen to that product? So people who say price is going up. Now people who have it will now want to do what with it? Will want to sell it, right? Now when they sell it, what will happen? And therefore the price will come down. So when the market goes up, it wants to come down. When the market goes down, now what happens? Now it's cheap. Now people will want to buy, and the market will go up. So essentially, the stock market is something where if there is a trend, then it is expected that people will take advantage of the trend and will make money for it. So this is a very controversial theory. Right? There are people who agree with it and get Nobel Prizes. There are people who disagree with it and also get Nobel Prizes in the same year. Such things happen. So, but the point is, you make money on the trend, but not over long periods of time. You can't, someone will catch on, or the market will catch up, so to speak. As they say in the financial world, if you and your friend are being chased by a bear, you need to run faster than your friend. Right? You can ignore the bear. So therefore, but the irregular part, the part that's left behind, the volatility, is a part that nobody knows how to reliably make money on. And so what you're looking for is not the trend, you're looking for patterns in what the data is telling you is irregular. Because you are understanding that this is not predictable. It not being predictable means what? It means that when he predicts and when he predicts and when I predict, we predict different things. In other words, it is irregular. But what does that mean? It means that if I predict something, there's no guarantee you will predict the same thing. There's no guarantee that you will predict the same thing. Now I'm onto something that nobody else may know. And now I'm not subject to these market forces. So a lot of financial time series analysis is very focused on this irregular component. Because that's where the money is. To know something that nobody else does or can take advantage of. A trend or the seasonality, anybody can take advantage of. And because anybody can take advantage of it, nobody can. It's like this movie Incredibles, right? So there's this guy who doesn't have supernatural powers. So he gives an interesting line. He said that and his objective is to give everyone superpowers. And so he goes, and when everyone is a super, then no one is. He has a wonderful, almost philosophical line. And when everyone is a super, no one is. So when everyone sees the trend, no one sees it, so to speak. No one takes advantage of it. So therefore, here, for example, is a series. And this series talks about US data, US GDP data. The India GDP data also looks like this. It's actually, this goes up 1995. The Indian current GDP data is growing up even more. A lot of economic growth is about understanding what these trends and what these shapes are like. For example, a US president once gave a promising view of the US economy. This was decades ago. He said, the rate of increase of inflation is going down. Positive story, right? The rate of increase of inflation is going down. Not only are prices going up, but the rate at which prices are going up is also going up. Inflation is also going up. Things are not good at all. But what is the positive spin on it? That the rate could be what? That the rate at which the prices are going up is going down. It's like a third derivative effect. So different economies grow at different kinds of rates at different kinds of time. And some of this is about trend. And some of this could be, say, something like this. Now, something like this, for example, what is this? This is the US GDP. What is this? This is World War II. This is World War II. Now, is the World War II trend seasonal or irregular? The World War II is irregular. Okay. So that irregular lasted for quite a few years. Over the entire horizon, it lasted, however, only a very short period of time. I remember an economics class many years ago that I did in the PhD program, in which one of my classmates got into an argument with his professor, saying the professor was arguing something about business cycles, saying that businesses go up and businesses go down. The economy goes up and the economy goes down. And so he was drawing a picture of the economy going up, and my classmate looked up and said that, oh, but the economy is, so he's drawing a picture like this, it's going up and going down, etc. But he said that this period of time is my career. So as far as I'm concerned, it sucks. Now you're giving me hope, saying that no, this is temporary, it's going to go up again. Who cares? I'm dead. So from his perspective, this is a trend. And a trend that's hurting him. From an economics professor's perspective, this is the trend. And this entire thing is a seasonality. So there's a question of over what horizon do you intend to do this? The same thing is true in businesses. If your business is doing badly, do you think of it as a trend or as something seasonal or something irregular. If you think of it as trend, that means what? That means in the future it's going to continue to do badly. Fix it. If you think it was seasonal, what it means is wait. Hold on, it's going to get better and then maybe worse again. If you think of it as irregular, then you sit and say, there's nothing much I can do about it, but I've got to prepare for these things. Something bad happened and I've got to make sure that when something like this, something bad like this happens again, I'm ready. But I don't know when it will happen or how bad it will be. But so a lot of this to some extent is subjective and depends on your interpretation or your point of view, which is why people like this kind of analysis, because they say that at the end of the day, all I'm doing is describing data. How you interpret it is your problem, which is where we will leave it. As to whether you'll think of it as something long term, whether you'll think of it as something short term, etc., etc. Why do I care? For example, a big confusion going on in the world is global warming. Correct? Many Americans, for example, say global warming, good. It's too cold. Particularly if living in, let's say, the northern US or in a northern cold country and it's snowing all the time, global warming sounds good. And then the scientists say, no, global warming is not about global warming. Global warming is about unpredictable behavior. It's as much about the variance as it is about the mean. So there's some confusion around this. So what people do is people don't necessarily try to interpret the understanding of it, but simply say this is what it looks like. So a descriptive understanding of this is given. Seasonality. Seasonality is something that changes over time. Sales of umbrella increases in rainy seasons, whereas sales of ACs increase in summers and the sales of woolen clothes increases in winter. Somewhat obvious. Now the sales of umbrellas increases in the rainy season. This is correct. But let's suppose, for example, you are trying to predict the sales of umbrellas. Let's say that you have an umbrella store in HSR layout or wherever you are. Now, how many umbrellas do you expect to sell? How would you forecast that? Past data? Which period? So let's say that I'm trying. Let's say that I've given you data for. Let's say that you've got a running establishment. In other words, the establishment has been going for a while. You've been selling umbrellas for 5 years, and I'm giving you monthly sales data. Let's say monthly sales data for 5 years. How much is that? 60. So I've given you 60 numbers, and using those 60 numbers, your job is to predict what is going to happen to the sale of umbrellas. Let's say in I don't know. This is what? This is April. Let's say May. This May. Umbrellas. Now, what of the past 60 numbers is going to help me predict sale of umbrellas this May? Last May? Okay. Last four Mays. Why? Seasonality. So what you're taking advantage of, you're trying to find this ST. You're saying that the sale of umbrellas is going to be driven by seasonality. Okay. Now, what else does the sale of umbrellas depend on? So I'll give you a hint. Who buys umbrellas? People who don't buy umbrellas. In short, people. Guns don't kill people. People do. Things like that. So people buy umbrellas. Right? Now, what determines how many people there are? Population. What is the population doing? It is increasing. So now, if I want to predict how many people will buy umbrellas in May, what is going to pick up how many people there are? For example, would I look at, so let me rephrase the question. I'm going to take 2 months of data. Which 2 months should I take? Should I take last May and the May before that? Or should I take this April and this March? This April and this March is going to give me a better idea of the size of the market. In other words, the number of people. On the other hand, the last May, 2 Mays will give me a better idea of the seasonality. One of them is picking up trend, the other is picking up seasonality. Two separate things are driving my sale of umbrellas. How many people there are and is it raining or not? How many people there are is sort of independent of the season. Whether it is raining or not is also sort of independent of the people. Right? So, but what you've done is you put these two things together. So both of these things could be at play. It becomes interesting. Same thing for any of these. Temperature on the other hand, as I said, if you believe in global warming, there may be a trend, or otherwise over a short period of time, you could say this is flat. My wife and I sometimes, since we've been in Bangalore for quite some time now. This is so we came in 2002, and we moved here from Delhi. And so Delhi to Bangalore, the weather shift at that time was somewhat remarkable. It was much cooler here, and much more importantly, it was more predictable, so to speak. 16, 17 years ago, on a regular basis, at around 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock or thereabouts, it would rain a little bit. As the years have gone by, the city's weather has become a lot less predictable. The seasonality is there, but the seasonality doesn't appear to be as clean, so to speak. Maybe for a variety of reasons. So there may be a trend in addition to the seasonality component that you have. Okay, the irregularity part to this. So the irregularity here, purely random, erratic, unforeseen and unpredictable. From an analytical perspective, this does not extend into the future. From a forecast perspective, I therefore will tend to ignore it. But from a data analytics perspective, I need to still find it because I need to subtract it away. You did this in regression. You did this in neural networks. You've done this in classification. You've done this in pretty much any model that you've done. What have you done? For example, in regression, you built a model like say A is equal to alpha plus beta x plus epsilon. How did you fit this? You went y minus alpha plus beta x and you got an epsilon. And then you minimize the sum of squared errors. You made this small. You wanted to make this go away. But you could not make this go away. This will still remain as a residual in your plot. The analytics exercise will not make this disappear. So your job is to be able to split this up. Now, how do I split this up? There are a number of ways in which I can split this up, and this will take a little bit of thinking, but we'll see data and figure it out. One is things add. The second is things multiply. This means that your observation is the sum of things, and this means that your observation is the more things tend to be this. Why? So let's say, for example, you are you order for a meal in a restaurant, and the meal costs say 500 rupees. What would you expect your bill to be like? Exactly? 500 plus GST? Okay, you'll do the calculation of GST in your head? Right? 18%, 5%, depends on whether the restaurant is luxury or not, etc. I suppose. What kind of an error would you tolerate? Would you be okay with say a 600 rupee bill? 550? 20%? Maybe service charge, and you don't know whether the restaurant includes a service charge in the, you didn't read the fine print in the, and you don't know whether they've included the service charge in their bill or not. 550, 600, something of that sort, maybe 50 rupees, 100 rupees max you'll be allowing for, and shall we say an error, an unpredictable part of the bill. Now, let's say that you are buying an apartment in Bangalore. How much does an apartment cost? I have no idea. 1 crore? 1 crore. Okay, 1 crore. He's optimistic about life. Now, so now if you have 1 crore, let's say you're ready to spend 1 crore. Now, how much more or less are you willing to pay? Or let's say more. People you won't pay less, but how much more are you willing to pay? 10 to 15 lakhs? 10, 15, so 10 lakhs, let's say, 15 lakhs. Right? Now, why was the uncertainty component about 100 rupees for the restaurant bill and about 10 lakhs for the apartment? But the amount of uncertainty you are willing to tolerate for these two numbers was different. My question is not on the number itself. My question was on the size of the error. The scale is different, right? So now let's suppose that the predictable part, so you got, let's say, the y of t, this is your actual, say, price. This is equal to, let's say, your predicted price or predictable price. For the restaurant, this was 500 and this was your actual. For the apartment, this was your 1 crore and this was your actual. Now, this actual is now going to be a modification of this price. How do I get to that modification? If it is a percentage, what should I do? So let's say I do this. Let's say I do this multiplied by 1.1. Now, what will happen to my 500? 550. What will happen to my 1 crore? 10 lakhs. What you just told me is that your error is multiplicative. The irregular part multiplies. And in many financials and in many growth oriented things, this is what it actually looks like. It doesn't add, it multiplies. On rare occasions, things do add. Give me an example of something that, for example, adds. How much do you expect to eat for lunch? Two chapatis? Two chapatis? With what error? If it's free, then more? I agree. I have uncles who do that and now I do that. But if you're hungry, let's say you're more hungry than usual, how many more chapatis will you eat? Plus? Does this depend on how many chapatis you've already had? No. My question is if you're hungry. So why is the number of chapatis you're having uncertain? Which is probably the first question to ask. This is not a trivial question. This determines how many chapatis the guy is going to get. He's going to make an estimate of how many chapatis you will eat. Right? Now from your perspective, so it could be that someone thinks the following way, or he thinks the following way, that if someone is particularly hungry, in other words, this class is hungry, their training went on too long, or maybe they like the sabji, they will have more chapatis. Now, how will they calculate the number of more chapatis that will be there? How many more chapatis will they add? So one way they can do that is they can add a plus based on how many people there are. They may do a +1 or a +2. So they'll say that everyone will have, say, 1 extra chapati. That's an additive error. What that means is someone who would have had 1 chapati will have 2. Someone who would have had 2 will have 3. Someone who would have had 3 would have had 4. Someone who had 4 would have 5. It's additive. The first one was not. The first one, additive, would have meant what? The error is 50 rupees. If it's 1 rupee, it's 50. If it's 2 rupees, it's 50. If it's 500 rupees, it's 50. If it's 10 lakhs, it's 50. If it's 1 crore, it's 50. It's always 50. That's additive. You understand the difference between the two? So, one of the things that we'll need to decide, and the software will need to decide when we run the code, you'll see that you'll have to specify whether it's additive or multiplicative. You need to see whether your series is growing in this multiplicative way or it is growing in this additive way. Are you adding something on or are you multiplying it with something? Particularly when it comes to the error. Now the same thing, as you will see, is also going to be true for seasonality. If you're running a sweet shop, in festivals, how many more sweets will you sell? Will it be a multiple or will it be a plus? It could be multiple. Multiple means what? Multiple means, let's say you say 10% more, which means that if you were selling 50 sweets, you expect to sell 55. If you are selling 100 sweets, you expect to sell 110. If you were selling 400 sweets, you expect to sell 440. If it's additive, that means you expect to sell, let's say, 20 boxes more. Whether it was from 30 will go to 50. 100 will go to 120. 500 will go to 500. So these are two different assumptions. Both could be right. Do you expect a raise next year? Don't answer, personal question. But if you expect a raise next year, how is that working in your head? How much raise do you expect? Usually it's multiplicative, which means you're saying I want a 5% raise or a 10% raise. Sometimes on rare occasions, you also translate this into additive numbers. What does that additive numbers means? You think not in terms of multiplication, but you think in terms of saying, okay, I want 3 lakhs more. What matters is not the 5% increase, but what matters is the 3 lakh increase. That actual money matters. So you're interested in an additive jump. But usually salaries grow multiplicatively. Why? But why is it? Because to some extent everything is multiplying. Prices are multiplying, therefore wages are multiplying, therefore all of this is multiplying. Are any of you kind of managers or are responsible for paying salaries? Not there yet. This leads to a very interesting problem, because what happens is that your employees, if you are employees expect a certain percentage increase, correct? But that increase often has to come out of a lump sum of money that has been given to the manager. So the manager of the business says that this is the extra amount of money that I have to distribute as salary increases, and that has to be now distributed among everyone. It's an additive concept that has to be implemented multiplicatively. This leads to some interesting situations. In your own mind, you can think of a situation like this, that there is a high-paying employee and there is a low-paying employee. There's an employee whom I am paying 30 lakhs and there's another employee whom I am paying 3 lakhs. Correct? Now, for these two employees, let's say that one of them is doing badly and the other is doing well. Now, for the person who's doing badly, I'm going to give no increase. And the person who's doing well, I'm going to give a 20% increase. Right? Now, think about what's going to happen, depending on who it is. You understand the nature of the problem? In practice, what therefore happens? Higher paying people in this distributed situation tend to get less, which leads to a certain amount of mid-career frustration. ऐसे क्यों होता है? I'm doing very well. Why am I not getting my raises? And one reason you're not getting your raises is because your baseline is very high. So giving you a reasonable multiplicative raise actually costs a lot of additive money. The actual rupee amount for even a small multiplicative raise is a lot of money, and that takes away a lot of money for other things. So the more you make, the more the pressure on the organization to give you less. This is not nice. But these two things often pull together. So before we break, I want to just introduce things a little bit. First, a little bit of a math issue. The math issue is this, that if things multiply and I take logarithms, then things become plus. You can think of this as just algebra, or you can think of it as saying, what does a log do? Log essentially counts the number of zeros. For example, log base 10. What is log 10? 1. What is log 100? 2. What is log 1000? 3. Log calculates the number of zeros. So this basically says the number of zeros that gets added remains to some extent remains the same. In other words, 10 becomes 11. Now 100 becomes 110. 1000 becomes 1100. So something in which is multiplies means that on the scale of the number of zeros, it becomes additive. So every time I'm adding the same number on the logarithm scale. So multiplying by 100 means adding 1 in the log scale. Multiplying by 10 means adding 1 on the log scale. So anything that's multiplicative on the original scale becomes additive on the logarithmic scale. From a software perspective, what this means is that you don't really need a multiplicative model. The question becomes, should I act on the original scale or should I act on the logarithmic scale? If it is multiplicative, then I should act on the logarithmic scale. I should not try to predict your salary. I should try to predict the number of zeros in your salary. Zeros on the back end, not the front end. All right. So now to introduce the case study a little bit. A company selling ABC tractors has to forecast its sales for the next 24 months. This is the problem. It has 12 years of past sales data on a monthly basis. The data may contain trend, seasonality of both and irregular parts. Objective is to provide a reasonable forecast for future sales. So you got sales of tractors. Now, to predict sales of tractors, you may need many things. But as we just argued, for teaching purposes, we're only going to look at this. And even from a business perspective, it could be that all that other information has already been baked into the sales. Competitive pressures, costs, all of that has already been factored into the number of tractors that you are selling. So simply being able to predict the sale of tractors based on the sale of tractors that has happened before may be good enough. Right? Okay, now let's do this a little bit and then we'll take a break. Let's at least see the data and then we'll see this. So if you could go to R, there is only one, so R, just a minute. There is only one data set. So the data set will be called tractor sales. It should be an Excel spreadsheet. It should be a CSV file. Okay. Now before we see it or get to it, we're going to need to do a little bit of prep work. For the descriptive part, there are certain packages that need to get in. These things here. This is going to take a while, and if it takes a while, that's fine. So for example, there's so these libraries will need to be added on. So library data.table. In this computer, a lot of this should be there. ggplot2. This is also something that you should have used. The R file is here. I mean, all the R code is here. So all the R code is embedded, all the R code that we'll use. By Sunday, we may have enough experience to do our own analysis on this, so we can repeat this for other data sets. But with that spreadsheet and this material, it should all be self-contained within this. So tractor sales. Now for me, it's probably necessary to get the naming of this a little bit. So so from the way I will do it, so this is what tractor sales looks like. This is what it looked like in the spreadsheet. Do it this way or do it through, path or whatever you want to do it. So your computer should be set up to read things a certain way. This I'm doing simply because every time the course is done, it's on a different computer, so it's always on a desktop, the path is different. So this is a little bit of a hack, that's all. I suggest you not do this, but if you are uploading the libraries for the first time, it may be a little slow. This computer has the libraries already uploaded. Now, one possibility is I can simply do something like this, let's say. Now, if I simply plot this series as is, this is what I get. This is what I get. Now, why does it look like this? The reason it looks like this is when I give it a plot, it's taking this as the x-axis and taking this as the this month dot year becomes the x-axis, and my number of tractor sales becomes my y-axis. But as soon as this becomes an x-axis, where does this variable begin? Alphabetically. So it's going to begin with April or August or something of that sort. In short, it doesn't know that this is a time series. It doesn't know that this thing is a time series. Now I can do only the second one as well, but if I do only the second one, in other words, if I do it this way and I do say comma 2, which is not the first one but the second one, then I'll be able to recover it. But now what has happened? Now is number, I've lost the months. I can in fact even remove this, and let's say I go something like type equal to, I don't know, L, and see it. But either I lose the variable or I lose the label. So what I need to do is I need to convert this into a time series object. Before I do any analysis, this data frame inside R doesn't look like a time series object. I need to convert this into a time series object. So the way that happens is here, this thing here, this TS. Now what is this requiring me to do? First of all, it's requiring me to identify the time series. It's requiring me to tell me where do you want it to start. Right? Where do you want it to start? And it's also giving this frequency equal to 12, which is an interesting thing to see. Where does this 2003 come from? So 2003 is the first year where it starts. So I'm saying begin on 2003. Comma 1, we'll see where that goes. And then frequency equal to 12. Right? Frequency equal to 12. Tractor sales TS. Now let's see this. Let's see what this is. Sorry. As you will see soon, my R skills are rather limited. This is what it looks like. Now some strange things happened. One somewhat odd thing happened is it somehow understood that there are months involved. Because what was the input? The input data was the second column. The input column was the second column. Now, as soon as it gave 2003, 1, it didn't understand what that 1 was. So it now says, how many of these do you want in 2003 before I get to 2004? Frequency equal to 12 says go 12 times. So 2003, 1, 2003, 2, 2003, 12 up to 2003, 12. And now it will become 2004, 1 because frequency has been given as 12. Now what happens is because of TS, it is assuming, perhaps unfairly, it is assuming that what it has given me is months. And this 2003 corresponds to years. This is hard coded into it. This is not common sense. This is simply the idea that if someone is saying frequency equal to 12, somebody is wanting to give me months. This is now a time series object. So going forward, if you want to treat this as a time series, this is the object on which you can do your calculations. True, which is why I'm saying it's been hard coded into it. It will not. It will not. So in other words, if you want to give it 30, you can try if you want to. So for example, you can try and see what happens. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, and let me change this, let's say to 4. If I change this to 4, it's going to pretend it's quarterly. But it's going to do something interesting. So let's say I do this. And now let's say I do, so in other words, I see what this is. Here is what this is. It now is going to say quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. It assumes that it is quarterly. But it goes up to 2038. Why? Because it saw 144 observations. And therefore 144 divided by 4, it saw 36 years. Remember, it has not seen the first column at all. Its only input is the second column. And now it is saying, okay, you want me to begin at 2003 and then go quarterly. Cool. But now it's going to pretend that it's gone up to 2038. It might be interesting to see if what you are saying is correct, that if I give it 30, what happens? So this function, so now if I go back to tractor.sales, plot here, and you can plot it. This is now a time series. On this axis, you can see the years, and on this axis, you can see the sales. In between, there are of course 12 readings for every year. You can see a more sophisticated plot if you want to put labels on it and things of that sort. If you put X tab equal to years, Y lab equal to tractor sales, main equal to tractor sales, it'll just put labels on it. That's just, if you want to, you can do this as well. But the most important thing is this, the plot of tractor.sales now shows the patterns of this. Now from this, what do you see? So point number 1, there appears to be a trend. Trend means what? Trend means that over the years, on the average, tractor sales is going up. That's point number 1. Point number 2, there appears to be a seasonality. Right? These two seem obvious. Let's see if there are some other points. Data values are stored in the correct time order and no data is missing. This is important for one slightly technical reason. In a time series, missing data is very toxic because you can't throw it away. If you throw it away, what happens? Others will fill it in. There's a hole that's going to be created and the whole time series will jerk backwards. So everything will go wrong after that. So you can't have missing data. You have to do something with it. Either the code has to recognize it as missing data or some number has to be put into it before you start the analysis. You cannot throw it away. So in this particular case, that's not an issue. The sales are increasing in numbers, implying the presence of a trend. Intra-year stable fluctuations are indicative of a seasonal component. And then comes interesting point. As trend increases, fluctuations are also increasing. This is indicating of multiplicative seasonality. So if I do this, for example, let's say here. Now look at the error here. So let's say that I look at sales around, I don't know, around maybe say 2006. Now around in this area, let's say 2006, what are sales like? Sales are around 300 roughly, plus minus what? In 2000, it's plus minus 300 plus minus what? About 300 plus minus 100 maybe? Some between 200 to 400. So in 2006, sales was about 300, monthly sales was about 300 plus minus 100 roughly. Right. Now let's look at sales around say 2012. What was it around 2012? It was around 500 plus minus what? 150, 200. So the error is increasing as the sales of tractors increases. So now if I want to write my actual sales as this predicted or average sales, what should I do? I should multiply by a number. Because this error is going to be plus minus say around 200, it's going to be plus minus 100, around 600 is going to be, or around 300 is plus minus 100, around 600 is plus minus 200. So as the sales doubles, the seasonal movement also doubles. So the seasonal movement multiplies the trend. So which means that what you're looking at from this is the idea that the correction, the seasonal correction that we should employ should be a multiplicative factor, something like 1.1, 1.2, 0.8, 0.9, something like that. not an absolute number of the tractors. The number of tractors I will sell, more tractors I will sell in an off season, sorry, on season, is not something like 100 tractors more. It is something like 20% more. And as soon as you're in that situation, you're in the situation of saying that I'm looking at multiplicative patterns. So very roughly speaking, these are the patterns that we see. What we'll do after this is we're going to investigate this a little bit more and go into some descriptive graphics of this, eventually ending with a graphic that does this decomposition. A decomposition into trend, seasonality, and an irregular component. As you'll see, the decomposition itself will be very easy to execute. It's more important to understand what it does than the actual algorithm behind it. So what we've done is we've kind of we've figured out how to read a time series file. So once again, the series itself was a spreadsheet. So I said it was here. This was the way the spreadsheet looked while it was being read. As you know, going from Excel to R introduces these dots. R doesn't like gaps, so it introduces dots where it is. But this in itself got me nowhere because I was unable to deal with this field. For those of you who work in Python and other such data management software, you'll know that there are DTM fields and things like that that can take care of data fields of this type. R can also, and the way to do that would be to create a time series object. And the time series object simply reads in the set of numbers. It indicates a start, which is 2003, and a seasonality stamp, which is 1. It recognizes a frequency of 12 as monthly and generates a time series object that looks like this. This frequency equal to 12. Say again. Oh, the significance of 1? Interesting. You can start this with 2 if you want to and see what happens. Yes, begin with February. So if you, for example, begin with 2002, 2, then the first thing will be 2003 February. And it'll end in January. Logically, what it should do is have the frequency equal to 12 should come before this. But R doesn't care. R's sort of read hierarchy will read frequency before it reads start. You can, we'll get to it. So if you want to forecast it, you're going to have to split it up into bits, which is one of the things that we'll do when we get to the test training part of doing this. Okay, so the basic visualization associated with it, of course, is this visualization, which is simply the visualization of as a time series itself. You can do some other visualizations of it if you want. So for example, various kinds of plots. So you can do seasonal plots. Now what I'm going to do here is do something that I would suggest you not do, but I'm very fond of the very sophisticated technology called Control-C, Control-V. Control-C, Control-V, I have discovered, is very important in life. So this is a season plot. What this is doing, and the code is there, of course, available, and you can use it at your leisure, is it's trying to go after a visualization that essentially splits apart the years. So each of the years gets its own curve. So two things are obvious from this. Number one, as the years go by, sales increases. Two, there is a common seasonality pattern going from left to right, but it is not identical. It is similar but not identical, which means that there is a trend, there is a seasonality, but there is also something else that is peculiar to a given year and a given season. So for example, something that shows up in a particular year but may or may not show up in any other year. So for example, let's say a little bump here, say in April of 2003, that may not be showing up in any other year. So this visualization gives you a sense of how strong in some way the seasonal pattern is. Also, as you can see, the bump gets more pronounced as the years go by. The reason is because in some way we are assuming, or not assumed yet, but the error, so to speak, is multiplicative, which means that the seasonal lift of actual tractor sales is much more when the sales themselves are higher. So the bump increases. It's a little bit like saying that if you are making, say, 50,000 a year, then a variation of 10% is not as much. But if you're making 50 lakhs a year, then a variation of 10% is a lot more. Which is why the seasonal shape, so to speak, looks a lot more pronounced in later years. We will remove this by simply taking the seasonality as a multiplicative. You can visualize the same thing in alternative ways as well. This is a year-wise plot of it using another representation called a polar representation. So what the polar representation will do is it will show this thing as circles. This is called a polar plot. The reason is because it looks like the lines of latitude seen from, say, the North Pole. So there's a joke, right? So there's a bear who walks a mile to the south, then a mile east, then 1 mile north, and it ends up in exactly the same place where it began. So it moves south, then east, then north, and ends up where it is. What is the color of the bear? Same color as what? so good answer, but so the point is that if you are going south and east and north, you're covering 3 sides of a square. So a typical bear will not be able to get back to the same place. You should try to cover 4 sides of a square. But there's only one situation where this is true, at the North Pole. So the answer, this is a polar bear. The color is white. You can get another bear there, I suppose. So the idea of a polar plot is to be able to show small deviations as things that are near the North Pole, and these larger deviations go out. So this uses the idea of a radius in order to show what the seasonality is. So use plots such as these carefully, but there are some situations where this gives interesting patterns, and this is one such. This is exactly the same thing that you saw before. What are the radials? The radials are the months. So if you're going along a certain direction, let's say you're going right, you're seeing the progression in April. If you're going north or if you're going upwards, you're seeing the progression in January.
Is there something that this plot tells us which is different?
The previous plot tells us. So what would happen if these things look circular? No. Yes, if it is circular, what does that mean? If it is circular, then it means there is no seasonality. So the idea of seasonality translates into circularity, so to speak, roughly speaking. So if you're seeing things that are not circular, it's just a question of seeing how the eye moves. The other is if you're seeing things that are circular but are shifted, in other words, the center is, so to speak, in the wrong place. The hill is not in the middle. Climbing Everest doesn't look the same from India as it does from Nepal. Things like that. So the hill is not symmetric. What does that mean? That means that there is a seasonality pattern, but that seasonality pattern is sort of the same across the years. The circles shift in the same way for all the years. Visualization. Have you done a visualization session on Tableau and things like that? Is it in the schedule? I don't.
It's in the schedule, but
not yet done. So ask your visualization professor. So visualization is an odd thing. It's a question of what the human eye is supposed to is good at seeing differences for. So these are ways in which seasonality is often are often represented. They are purely as a part of descriptive analytics. You will not do this to forecast. A simple bar chart would also work. We'll see a simple bar chart or the equivalent of a simple bar chart. So too sophisticated for your liking? I agree with you. I agree with you. This is a function that acts on a time series. In order for this to work, it must recognize the notion of a month. It doesn't need to have a month. It will do the same thing for quarters. It's called a month plot, but if you give it quarters, it will plot it as quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4 like we had done. So it doesn't necessarily need months, but it makes the most sense if it has months, of course. Here the years are not there. It will average over the years. It will average over the years. So therefore, what is it doing here? So over this gap, it is doing the entire January season of all the years. Again, over this gap is doing the entire thing. Where is this horizontal line? This horizontal line is at the average. Yes, yeah. This line is at a certain level. This line is at a certain level. So if I want to find out the average of July is extrapolating back along this line. The size of this line tells me where this July data is. This is at its earliest point, this is at its latest point.
And we can say for all the years, across all the years, average sales of July and August has been
is more or less the same, yes. Is more or less the same. And it is the highest in August and July. And it is the highest in July. But I've lost all sense of annual trend. It's as if I'm only interested in forecasting umbrellas based on what happens in May. Don't care about last year's April and the April before, don't care about April. So therefore, this is another plot, which is in some ways equivalent of a bar plot, so to speak, to say that what are the numbers stacked like. Another interesting thing is, as I said, the annual variation is here, but this variation is a dangerous variation to see because this variation is effectively capturing a trend. As we have seen, that trend is not necessarily the same every year. So for example, here you're seeing a little bit of a blip here, about 1/3 into the year, but that blip is not visible in other years. Which means in April of maybe 2006 or something odd happened. So we'll need to investigate that a little bit more, not investigate it, at least visualize that. Yes. Oh, I see. So you're saying that let's pretend that I do this plot only for a small period of time. True. So in other words, so that's an interesting thing to try. How do we block of certain parts of it? So I can do a stop on this, or I can probably do few rows I can take, let's say 1. This is for the first half of the data. This is for the first 6 years. And so of course, if you want to follow through with them, now this is not there in your notes, but what would I do? I do something like this. Okay. So these are in some way visualizations. They show that the sales of tractors increasing year on year. The vertical lines on this plot represent the monthly sales. Horizontal lines represent average sales in a given month. The average sales is higher in August and July as compared to the other months, etc. We need to do a little spell checks on this. Yes, it may not strictly be increasing. So for example, here as you see, there's one particular situation where in April it did not increase. So it looks at all Aprils and then all Mays. Essentially what it does is it looks at this guy, it looks at this thing here, and it looks at it column wise. Plotting in this way. So the plot is on the column, so to speak. And then within each column, it now plots this as a little time series all on its own. A January time series, February time series, an April time series, etc., etc. That dip is here, 362 to 350. It came down. So year on year, this sales 2008 April was actually lower than 2007 April. Seasonality's trend is not suggesting that. Because the same trend should apply for every year. And across, it is increasing. Everywhere else, it is increasing. This is 79, 62, 414, 482, and across all other years, it's increasing. 307, 385, 393, etc. Every other year is increased. Every other month is increased except April. So one would suspect that there is a low irregular component here. For the others, maybe the plot didn't see it. It was too. The plot was maybe too. February has that as well. So something went wrong in this period of time. For that year. For that year. Remember what we are trying to do. With the trend is trying to find what is essentially a effect across the columns. I'm sorry, across the rows. Seasonality is trying to find an effect that's across the columns. And there is stuff that is not explained by the row and is not explained by the column. That will be the part that is unpredictable. Because if something strange happened in 2008 for only a few years, the question is, should we be using that in order to predict, say, 2014, 15 or 16 or onwards? Or if I want to predict, say, beyond this, should I simply be looking at the average of all these years and predict trendwards and then apply a seasonal correction that applies to every month irrespective of the year, which is what we'll do. Just hold on, we'll do that. Now the decomposition aspect of this. Now let me do the decomposition. After I've done the decomposition, you'll see what it does. Now the syntax for decompose is startlingly simple. So simple that you have no idea what is going on. You don't, I don't, none of us do. All it says is that you decompose. Decompose what, where, how? You know, we don't know. We'll see what it does. Sometimes ours is a little too smart for its own good. So first let's decompose this. In other words, so the spelling is a little off, but the function is decomposed. The spelling of that is okay. Now what did we do? All we did is we took the time series object, we decomposed it, and we said type equal to multiplicative. Why did we say type equal to multiplicative? Because what we are trying to do is we're going to say that the multiplicative, the seasonal correction is going to be a multiplicative factor. It's not going to be an actual sales. It's going to be a multiplicative term. Okay. Now before we plot this, we can see what it is. So in other words, if I now look at what TS decompose is, this is what TS decompose is as an object. As an object, it does certain things. Plotting it is going to be easier. So the first thing that TS decompose gives you is it gives you the original series, which is X. This is the original series, no modification of it whatsoever, no changes. It just gives you the raw data. It includes the raw data in the output. Cool. Now it starts adding certain things. The first thing that is showing you is showing you seasonal. Now what is seasonal? Let's look at this. This is January, February, March. But here's the interesting part. The seasonal factor is the same for every year. So all I need to do is look at the seasonality for 1 year. What does this mean? It means that in January, you are going to sell about 82% of your annual trend. Whichever be the year, in January, you'll sell about 18% less. In February, you'll sell about 16% less. In July, you'll sell about 23% more. In August, you'll sell about 23% more. Good question. So to do that, we need a baseline trend on which this applies. So let's see what that is. So this is the seasonal part. Then comes the trend part. Then comes the trend part. Now remember what my equation is. So let me write down my equation. My equation is that whatever be my series, let's say my y of t in this particular case, is trend multiplied by seasonality multiplied, let's say, by my irregularity component. This is my trend. This is my seasonality. And this is my irregular or random component. Then what it does is, in trend, it doesn't fit a straight line. You'll see what this trend looks like. So it calculates a trend. And as you see in this trend is a steadily increasing number. This trend is a steadily increasing number. If you track it year to year, we'll see the plot of it soon. But this trend is a steadily increasing 182, 185, 187, 189, 190. Then after 190 is going to be seasonality value will always remain the same. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. The seasonality factor is independent of the trend factor. Trend is taken out, seasonality is taken out. These are separately taken out. And then after the trend has been calculated, then it calculates a random. What is this random? This random is, you take the series, you divide out by the trend, you divide it by the seasonality. This is the error that is there in that specific month. Which means that, let's say 2004 January was about 4% less than it should have been after accounting for trend and seasonality. This 2% has nothing to do with that year or with that January. If I look, for example, at the next January, the next January is 2005, where I was at about 1% more than what my trend and my seasonality forecast. This is unpredictable. It has nothing to do with the trend and it has nothing to do with the seasonality. It's the peculiarity of that month for that year. Okay. This is what it says if you are looking at hacking numbers. It may be simpler to simply plot this. In other words, what I can do is I can just plot this. If I plot this, this is what I get. And this is sometimes an easier number or an easier graph to see. What is the first graph? The original series. The first graph is the original series. What is the second graph? The second graph is the trend. It has removed the seasonality. The seasonality has been taken out. What is left is the year-on-year trend. What it tells you is that it increases. There's a little bit of a flattening that is happening here, maybe around 2000 and maybe 5 or 6 or thereabouts, and a little bit of flattening that's happening here, maybe around 2011. But by and large, it's an increasing trend. It's averaged out the seasonality. Then comes the seasonality correction. Now at this point, what I'd like you to see is, I'd like you to see the units of the original series, the observed series. The units are here from 200 to 600 or 800 or thereabouts, which is in the actual sales. The units of trend are also like that, but the units of seasonality are not. The units of seasonality go from around 0.79 or 0.8 to about 1.25. It is a dimensionless quantity, it just multiplies. How much does it multiply? By whatever that seasonality is. Also, that seasonality shape is identical from year to year. Trend has been taken out. The irregular part has been taken out. So there's nothing irregular about the seasonality. The seasonal part is repeating. It will do this for whatever data you give it.
But seasonality will remain the same for that.
If your original time series was created with frequency equal to 12, Remember when I created the time series object, I created it with frequency equal to 12. Now I then ran decompose on it. When it ran decompose on it, the decompose function ran on the time series object. The time series object inherited the frequency value. As soon as it inherited the frequency value, decompose knew that I now needed to have 12 seasonal parameters. I needed 12 seasonal terms. So it split it up into this. If you give it a series in which it is also monthly, but there is no seasonal effect. Let's say there is nothing seasonal about this particular thing that happens monthly. No, that's the whole point of seasonality. Remember, it's a decomposition. And the decomposition says is that how do I understand the sale of tractors in, say, August 2007? I want a description of the sale of tractors in August 2007. And I say I'm going to decompose it into 3 pieces. One is because it is 2007. The second is because it is August. And the third is because I have no idea what it is because. Whatever is unexplained, whatever is random. So I'm decomposing it that way. If I do it that way, then the correction for August should be the same for every year. Every August should be corrected by the same number. If it is not corrected by the same number, then it is not about August, it is about August of that year. But I want the same factor to apply for every August. I want an August correction. Now the reason is written this way is, strictly speaking, this plot should not exist. What should simply exist is one of these shapes. The other shapes are just copies. But it's done this way for the visualization so that you can sort of go up and down this picture. Because now what is this third component? This third component is simply this. It is take the observation, divide by the trend, then divide by the seasonality and see what's left. This is the error. This error goes from about 10%, is about sort of minus sort of 90% to about 1.1%, which means that this unpredictable, unsystematic error is about 10%. A plus 10% on within quotes a good year. You have a surprise sale of more than 10% positive, or you have a surprise loss of 10% on the negative side. But here's an interesting thing. This particular here has no shape to it. It shouldn't. It should have no trend. It should have no seasonality. It should look random, which in this particular case is okay. If this has seasonality, that should have been captured in the third plot. If this has trend, that should have been captured in the second plot. So now if we use something like this to forecast, which we may get to today, I'm not 100% sure, this will forecast. When this forecasts, how will my forecast operate? My forecast will operate this way. I need a way to extend this line. Once I've extended this line, then I will see what month am I in. Whatever month I'm in, I'm going to multiply by that number, seasonal correction. And that's it. I'm going to ignore the third one. So my forecast problem becomes a problem of simply forecasting the trend. I'm not forecasting seasonality. I'm not forecasting seasonality at all. All I'm doing is I'm estimating seasonality based on the past data and applying that same factor in the future. That's all that the forecast will do, which is what typical decomposition based forecasts do. Now the purpose of this decomposition is not to forecast. Yes, randomness is ignored, not for forecasting. The randomness part you're saying is the part that is unpredictable, because in the future you do not know what this number will be. If you do not know what this number will be, what is your best guess? Your best guess is in the middle, and your best guess is 1. No, 1 means do nothing. Multiplying by 1 is equivalent of doing nothing. It's like linear regression where for epsilon you add 0. So he's asking a very interesting question. He's saying, let's say that I'm running a business and I want to estimate the sale of tractors and I want to forecast the sale of tractors. Now, why do I want to forecast the sale of tractors? Why would a business want to forecast its sales? To get the production, right? So to plan for production. Now let's say that I am the factory manager for the tractor company, and I want a forecast with sales from sales. Now when sales gives me that forecast, how many tractors will I make? Will I make that many? Will I make more? Will I make less? Well, I'm not asking a statistical question. I'm asking a common sense kind of question. It will be more. You would. So it depends. Nice statistical answer. It depends. Okay. So all right. Let me say this, or let me put it this way. How many lunches should be out there for you guys? Number of maximum coverage. So one possibility is you're supposed to be 43 or something of that sort. There'll just be 43. That many. At least one more for the hungry person. Or yes, good point. If lost in carriage, or something of that sort. So that gets to the point that whenever you in business, certainly, that whenever you get an estimate, whenever you see a forecast, whenever you get any analytical number, you typically use that number in a certain way that corresponds to either the value exactly or some upper value of it or some lower value of it. Now here, for example, for tractor sales, what should it be? So I can argue in a number of ways. For example, I can argue that if sales tells me that I expect to sell 500 tractors, I could argue the following way. I need to make sure that sales will be able to sell 500 tractors. Now I know, why is this a random question? It's a random question because I know that in the past years, sales hasn't always been predictable. So when sales says that it is 500, I know from past experience, I do not know whether it will be more than 500 or less than 500, but I know it's going to be plus minus 10%. Which means I know that it may end up being 550 or it may end up being 450. But I do not know which way. My trend and my seasonality are not doing that. My trend and my seasonality have both combined and have told me that this is 500. For example, my trend would have said that this is 450 or something, but this is June, month of July, multiplied by the seasonal factor, and I've ended up with 500. But even after taking everything into account, I still know that there is an unpredictability to this, and it could be between 450 and 550. Now I need to make a decision as to how many tractors to make. I could argue in various ways. For example, I could argue I need to make sure that every customer is satisfied, every customer is met. I do not turn sales away. I don't create a backlog, which means I now need to make 550. Which means that even if there is an overshoot on the sales estimate, I'm going to end up with 550. Or I could say, you know what, business is bad, costs of tractor production is high, and I already have an inventory. I don't want to produce one more tractor than I need to. In which case, I'll probably make 450 tractors. That depends on what I want. For example, let's suppose that you're trying to understand for these meals or for a sweet shop. Now, how would he think this through? He would think this through possibly. He probably thinks of this in a much smarter way than I do. He actually does this. I teach. If you can, you do. If you can't, you teach. Anyway, so he would think of it this way, that if I overestimate, what will happen? He's going to have to take food away. Maybe he has other means of throwing it, or maybe he says that I have to throw it away. If he underestimates, now there'll be people who are going to complain. So now he's going to have to figure this out. So let's say that you are a sweet shop person and you know that you are making something that you cannot store. Now if you make too many sweets on that particular day, you're going to bear the cost of those extra sweets but not make revenue for it. If you make too few sweets that day, then there'll be sales that you could have made but you do not make. Correct? Which for you is the bigger problem? Well, as you said, it depends. It depends on a number of things. So for example, for sweets, overproducing may be a far bigger problem than tractors.
It's like a type 1, type 2 error. You decide.
Yes, you decide what it is. So what is the analytical solution to this problem? The analytical solution to this problem is, आपको जो करना है आप कर लीजिए, I'm giving you the range. So of course, that's why I asked the question, when you did optimization, where did those numbers come from? It comes from stuff like this. So correct, absolutely right. So now you put it in, you look at costs, you look at, for example, inventory costs, you look at opportunity cost, you define it, your cost based on your business concepts, and then you figure out what is the minimum cost involved in this. The opportunity cost is the cost of sales foregone. In other words, sales that I could have made but I did not make. Inventory cost is the cost of keeping something that I have made but have not been able to sell. You make estimates of both of these and then take something of this sort and put it in and see what happens. Which is what inventory management essentially is. So therefore, you're absolutely right. You're bang on. In other words, so therefore, the obligation is not to give a point forecast, but to give some kind of plus minus on the forecast, and we will do that. By the time we are done on Sundays, you will see interval forecasts, not just point forecasts. You will see upper limits and you will see lower limits of forecasts. Yes. Okay. So that complicates things a little more. So some of that is taking into account when you do inventory management. In other words, so when you do inventory management, you depreciate it. In other words, you're making the tractor now, but you're going to sell that tractor in the future. So the rupee value of when you made the tractor and the rupee value when you sell the tractor are going to be different. And so the discounting could be done as a depreciated value of this. So those of you who have insurance probably see this in your insurance. No, not no claim bonuses. Your premiums, your basic premiums. Your premiums go up or down as the years go by. What should they do? Health premiums will go up. Car premiums, like, but no, I'm talking about an auto insurance, a two-wheeler or a four-wheeler insurance. It comes down. Why? Because the value of it decreases, right? The value depreciates. So similarly, you can depreciate an asset that is not being used to figure this out. But the core question you're asking is a little more fundamental than that. In other words, if you are unsure as to the value of the product itself, ask your finance professor that how it works. Now, in our case, that probably is a small number corresponding to the tractor sales itself. But if that becomes a big number, in other words, if the variation in the product or the variation in the revenues of the product are not due to the sales, but due to the financial fluctuations of money itself, then yes, then more serious financial tricks need to be played. Right. So yes. So now the question becomes that as tractor sales increase this way, right, what does that do to your business? Now remember that this is sales. Now you could argue that this sales has two pieces to it. Number one, how many tractors, and then what is the money per tractor, etc. So there are both of these two things. So when businesses grow, they tend to grow in order to be able to adjust for what they expect the costs and also what they expect money to be in. So in economics have two notions of what growth is. One is called nominal growth and the other is called real growth. Nominal growth essentially is the actual growth in money. Real growth means is discounts for the cost of money itself. It's a little like this. So let's suppose that you have a raise of say 10% and inflation is, let's say, 8%. Your effective raise is 2%. The rest is being swallowed up by the inflation, by increase in rent, increase in food prices, etc., etc. So therefore, what a business would look at and say that if I'm looking at sales, in some way, what is the nominal growth and what is the real growth? So you could say that if the growth in the agricultural market is at 7%, then my tractor sales should at least keep up to that 7%. Otherwise, I'll be losing market share. Yes, that's a different question that I was getting to. That question is not being addressed here. That's a more sophisticated question to do. You will do that in the other part of this residency. So ask your marketing person that as well. That when I price something, do I price to make more money per unit sold, or do I price it to sell more units? Yeah, that's not a time series question, but this is an interesting question to ask. In other words, to say that you can think of it mathematically if you want to. Some of you I know are mathematicians, others hate the subject. But if you want to maximize, let's say your revenue is equal to, let's say, price into, let's say, the quantity, but this quantity is also going to be a function of price. You want to maximize this revenue is equal to price into the quantity. Now, as price goes up, this part is going to go up, but this part is going to go down. Because this relationship, this is P and this is Q of P. And as price goes up, the number that you will sell is going to go down. So as P goes up, this guy goes up and this guy goes down. Where is this optimum going to be hit? Somewhere, right? Somewhere where you say that if I make it cheaper, then I'm making too little money per unit sold. But if I make it more expensive, then I'm losing too many customers. There's going to be a sweet spot.
What if that is not in your control?
True, it's almost never in your control. Because this curve is not in your control. Yes, true, you won't. By the way, I'll make a unnecessary, irrelevant comment at this point in time. But please be patient with me. So, have you seen? If you remember your biology book, in your high school biology book, there is a picture of an animal cell. You don't remember what it is, but you remember that such a thing existed. So now here's the catch. No animal, no human, no animal ever in existence ever had a cell that looked like that. That cell is fake. That cell doesn't exist. Why not? Because in every real animal, including people like you and me, every cell has a very specific function. Your red blood cells, for example, carry oxygen. Your brain cells carry electricity. So they're shaped like that. Your red blood cells have no DNA in them. Their job is just to pack full with hemoglobin and carry oxygen around. Every cell has a job to do. But if you now want to understand every cell in the human body, all you'll be doing is cell biology. No history, no Mughal Empire, no other subject. So to simplify things, what people do is people take the most common elements of all the cells, put it together and make a fake cell. And say that if you understand this cell, you'll be understanding 90% of the function of 90% of the cells. But no cell looks like this. Correct? The training that you receive looks like the animal cell. Right? 90% of projects will have 90% of the material covered in this, but no actual project like what you're describing will be covered. Now, what is the solution to this? The solution to this is to take the project and then to say that for this project, what are the elements of the theoretical cell that I need? And take a little bit of optimization, take a little bit of forecasting, take a little bit of regression, take a little bit of principal components, take a little bit of all of that and string it together. Now, most of us find that very, very hard. So what we typically do is we begin the project using one core technology and we say this is essentially a supervised learning problem, or this is essentially an optimization problem. This is essentially a forecasting problem. And then we say, but there are pieces in it that I don't know what to do with. So for example, I'm trying to understand pricing and I'm trying to forecast pricing. Now part of that is certainly understanding what prices have been like. But a part of that is also, for example, understanding what that has to do with, let's say, a competitor's price, what that has to do with your costs, what that has to do with the value of money that you have, that you would accrue or not accrue based on this spending. So all these different pieces need to fit in. And how you will do that depends on different techniques. So for example, you could say that I'm going to do a linear regression analysis to try and understand this curve. So I'm going to say if this is the price and how many people are expected to buy. Do that curve, fit a straight line, and you might do that in marketing and do a regression analysis to understand relationship of this kind. You may do an optimization exercise and put that in somewhere here and therefore understand what happens to this ISP. And then you might say, but you know what? I'm not interested in this at all. I'm interested in this guy, which is my revenue minus some kind of cost. And the cost, strangely, depends upon Q, which is how many I make, which is this object here. So again, now this comes into the picture and you say, now how do I understand what this cost is? So now you'll say, how do I do that? So I'll say, what are the factors that go into the cost? And what happens and how is that evolving? And you say, the factors that are going into my cost are now changing in time. Things are becoming more expensive. So now my problem becomes I need to forecast cost. That becomes a time series problem. So you got regression sitting here, you got optimization sitting here, and you got time series sitting here. And you create your own cell. Right? Realistic cell, something that makes sense for you. That is what your capstone project is supposed to give you training on, how to do that. But it gets hard, but it also gets interesting. It also gets interesting. Medicine in some ways more interesting than biology. So it gets a little more interesting when you get that and you figure that out. And that is to some extent where your value proposition comes in. So once you've nailed it down, you now say that therefore it is important separately from everything else for me to be able to predict costs. If I can predict costs, then I can put that into other things. And now you say, now how should I predict costs? What aspects of cost is relevant? So now you can go back and say, but you know what the most important aspect of my cost is? This thing that I'm importing. And you say, now why is that a problem? Because my foreign exchange is out of control. And I don't know what my foreign exchange is. So now you've simplified your problem. You said, I'm not predicting costs, I'm predicting forex. Because if I know forex, I'll be able to calculate most of my costs. The rest of the cost is in my control. Local vendors, ho jayega. But the import market and the forex market, I have very little control over. So you chip away at it. And then you.
For that, rather companies would go to banks and do some sort of hedging against the forex.
True, but they need to know to some extent what to do, and that's your job. So for example, there's a story of an engineer who was once called in to look at a turbine, and the turbine was not working. So the engineer was brought in, he was brought in as a consultant, and he looked and he knocked at the turbine, etc., and then he went away and he gave a bill for $1,000. And the manager of the plant said, what $1,000? He didn't come and do anything. He knocked it. And so he said, so give me a breakdown. So I'll give you a breakdown. $1 for knocking on the turbine, $999 for knowing where to knock on the turbine. Your job is to know what analysis to do. The analysis itself is, as you can see, one line of code. Even a moron like me can do it. That's not hard. The hard part is knowing this is the analysis that needs to happen. Things like R and things like Excel then make it a very easy exercise so that you don't get stuck in the programming and you can look it up from a book or look it up from etc. That's not the skill that we are looking for. That's not the skill you're looking for. You're looking for to know, your skill is not to do a decomposition. Your skill is to know that a decomposition is what you should do, which is a different skill to have and an interesting skill to have. So a very good question, but it's a part of a much bigger story that I hope I don't have to answer for you. But still, yeah. What I infer from the random part, what I should infer from the random part is that there's nothing there. In other words, there is no pattern there. I think one of you was asking a question in the break. I think you were. So one way of doing this is to say, is there something there? And so, is there a pattern there? Is there seasonality there? And so early on, today when I give presentations, I give presentations using computers and maybe PowerPoint or something like that. 20 years ago, 25 years ago, 30 years ago, when we were giving presentations, you would give it on transparencies. You know transparencies? It's a little film. So and you'd put it on a projector, light would shine, etc. And so then we would often have what's called a transparency test for a time series. In other words, you plotted a time series on a transparency. And let's suppose you've taken the transparency and you flipped it over. And now you're seeing the time not from front to back, but from back to front. And the question often asked is, can you tell which is which? Can you tell which was the forward series and which was the backward series? If the answer is you cannot, then what you have is an irregular pattern. In other words, there's something in which all structure has been lost. And if all structure has been lost, it looks the same whether you read it from left to right or right to left. We'll deal with that concept again on Sunday. It will be called stationarity. It means that every part of the series looks the same, whether it's on the left, whether it's on the right. So this part of the series looks the same as this part of the series looks the same as this part of the series. Now you'll say, no, it doesn't. This part looks flat and this part looks bumpy. But I know, but that has nothing to do with the fact that this is at the beginning and this is at the end. Is that what it is at random? And that's what it is at random. And you do not know whether this one will be high and this one will be bumpy or not. So the whole point of this is that the only thing you can extract from it is its width and its middle value. You cannot extract a pattern from this. If you could extract a pattern from this, you can put it here or you can put it here. Or you can build a more sophisticated model, saying I'll have another parameter, I'll have a cyclic parameter or I'll have something else. You can keep adding structure to it, keep adding details to it. And saying, no, tractor sales, there are these other factors. And I'll say, okay, give me the data for it. Agricultural demand or something of that sort. And so that will explain this. So if you can explain it, explain it. Like in regression, you've done this in regression as well. In regression, for example, you can say y is equal to, say, beta naught plus beta 1 x1. I'm sorry for using different notations every time. Plus epsilon. And then you say that, but this epsilon has a structure. And I'm going to explain this epsilon using another x. And now what you do is you write this epsilon itself becomes something like, say, gamma naught plus gamma 1 x2 plus, say, delta, something like that. Now when I put these two things together, that results in this being replaced by beta 2 plus x2 plus, say, epsilon. In other words, the old epsilon got decomposed into a component due to x2 and an error. So every time around you explain something and then you say, is there something else that can explain this? And so you can keep doing this. We won't do it, but what you can do, of course, is you can take this series and you can do a decompose on it as well. And see what happens. I've never done that, but we can try it. Let's see. So where is this series? Where is it? What's it called? No. It's called random. Right? So it's this. So it's this thing here. This is the random part. This is the random part. Now I can do decompose here. What is this strange creature that I've just created for the first time? It's the plot of the unpredictable part of sales. So the original is this. This is its trend. This is its trend. This is its seasonality. From minus 0.004 to about 0.004. And this is its irregular component. There isn't a trend there. That trend itself is all over the place. There's nothing predictable about this. If there was, this would have the trend would have captured this. Is there a seasonality? Yes, but that seasonality is very, very small. Tiny numbers. There's no seasonal effect there. Essentially what this says is that there's no trend and seasonality in the irregular part. It's all been taken care of. Correct. That won't be captured by this. It would come in the random part provided that has gone away. If that investment had continued, what would have happened is it would have lifted up the trend. And we'll see that a little bit when we do the forecasting. It's something like that happens slightly. So this is the decomposition. Now there's another decomposition that we'll get to. You can see the seasonal part to it as well. We've already seen this. But so what were the seasonal numbers? The seasonal numbers you can see it here. The 0.81, the 0.82, the January numbers here. Okay. Now the other version of this is the same thing, there are some technical limitations, and you don't need to use both of these. I think decomposition itself is fine enough. But there are some technical limitations to it, and sometimes you need to see a little bit of understanding as to the error. And here is the outcome of the second decomposition function. This is called a function called STL. STL stands for seasonality and trend using LOES. LOES is a particular way in which this trend is found. The only reason to do it from your perspective is that it gives you these error bars. What do these error bars tell you? These error bars essentially tell you as to whether this trend and this seasonality, all these things are significant or not. This error bar being very large essentially tells you that the irregular part or the remainder part, the residual part, is effectively 0. Or if it's multiplicative, then effectively 1. This is the residual. There isn't. This is exactly the same plot as before. This is exactly the same plot as before. Yes. So if I do this, I'll get a plot that is very, very similar to the plot that I saw last time. Okay. Why am I doing this? This particular function allows for only additive models. There is no multiplicative option for this. Right? I'll explain why. Because there is no multiplicative option, I need to work on the logarithmic scale. So I need to add logarithms, which is what I've done here. And now I'm going to plot it. When I plot it, which is I plot the object that is on the log scale, I get this plot here. This is almost identical to the plot that I've seen before, with one major difference in the axis. This is logarithm of sales. This is logarithm of sales, essentially the number of zeros in my sales. When I look at logarithms of sales, what do you see happening to that data plot? It also has an increase in trend. However, the seasonality parts have now become flat. So the seasonal correction is now a constant number. It is not additive. It is not multiplicative. It is additive. So now what I need to do is I need to add. Add what? Here is my trend. On the logarithm side is 2.2 to about 2.9. The trend again goes from 2.2 to 2.9. And I need to add those components. Add doesn't necessarily just mean add. Add could also mean subtract. So on the logarithm scale, I go from minus 0.1 to about 0.1. Addition on the logarithm scale. Addition on the logarithm scale, which is the equivalent of multiplication on the original scale. So this is exactly the same plot that I've seen before, except the seasonal has been plotted above trend. But this is the error bar that is associated with this number. Statisticians find it comfortable to work with additions of things because variances add up. One of the more painful things that we often have to do when we teach basic statistics is we have to teach two notions, one of variance and one of standard deviation. People often ask that why are both variance and standard deviation taught? The reason is because standard deviation is what you use. It is on the same scale as the mean. It has that 68%, 95%, 97.3% interpretation, all that works well. Standard deviation is what you want. The problem is, however, the standard deviations do not add. Variances add. So when you want to add up things, you add up variances. You can't add standard deviations up, which is why people calculate variances, because you can add up error on the variance scale. And because you can add up, something like this has to be done. So if the model is multiplicative, the errors multiply. But multiplying errors is a lot harder for the statistician to deal with. So they say, let me take logarithms and let me add up errors. And when you add up all those errors, you get these error bars. So what does this error bar mean? This error bar means essentially anything that is between these error bars is indistinguishable. So the fact that this error bar exists and the seasonality extends out of it is telling you that the seasonality is statistically significant. But here, all my errors are within my error. So now you're saying that the error, this error, the remainder, so to speak, is statistically insignificant. They all fall within, shall we say, a confidence interval around 0. Not yet. We haven't figured out autocorrelation yet, but we might get to it. So there is, which gives us the confidence to say, I can ignore this guy. This guy is statistically insignificant from 0. All these numbers are insignificant from 0. Why are they all insignificant from 0? Because they all are within the permissible error bar around 0. But if this becomes a little too unnecessary, you're welcome to simply work with decompose. The model that it fits is not dissimilar. The model that it fits is more or less the same. Remember, till now we have not actually forecast anything. We're simply describing, we're visualizing, we're conceptualizing. I'm getting numbers that tell you what is happening in January, what happened in 2008. This gives a little bit more faith that the numbers that come out of these models are to some extent statistically robust. So I'm going slightly beyond description here and going towards, shall we say, inference. This is included in forecasting. One reason is because in future when you do forecast, you're going to have to include these error bars in those forecasts. Not today, but we'll get there. Okay, I know this part was a little quick, but it's a little add-on to the descriptive technology. For your projects or for any purposes, decompose is good enough. This gives the additional feature of these little uncertainty bars around it. No, it's not a question of smaller the bar. It's a question of, let me show it here. It's a question of, does the data lie within the bar or not? If the data goes outside the bar, then it is statistically significant. If it stays inside the bar, it is the same as noise. That bar essentially dictates how much of this is explainable by noise. You may have seen this when you did confidence intervals in SMDM. If you did confidence intervals, there's the idea that does the confidence interval contain the parameter or not? Or does this confidence interval intersect with another confidence interval? So that idea. So this is basically giving you a confidence interval around that. Again, if that's unnecessary in the sense that that's a little bit of an overkill, then that's fine.
Are there any assumptions of normality or
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Because at this point in time, what you are doing is you're calculating standard errors. So for example, the standard error of the sample mean is sigma over the square root of n. This formula doesn't require any assumption of normality. This is true whatever it is. Now, the 95% part of it or the 99% part of it could involve normality. In other words, where do I get that? So yes, if you're converting this into some kind of confidence interval, some assumption of normality may be needed. But for the error estimation itself, normality typically is not. You can always do tests for normality and things like that around. I'd suggest you don't, because normality testing is here. Smaller the bar, greater the significance of the component. Smaller the bar, greater the significance of the component. Smaller than what? Small compared to the signal itself. So the signal is large and the bar is small, then the signal is significant. If the signal is small, the bar is large, then that signal is essentially 0. That's just the way it is plotted. No. Everything is discrete in some way. Everything is counted only at 144 times. It's just that this is like plotted as type equal to L and this is plotted as type equal to B. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is plotted.
So the trend part is more significant.
Yes. You can say that the trend part is more significant than the seasonality part if you want to. Because essentially what does this mean? It means that if I am here, what is the trend? The trend is this number plus minus this little thing here. Similarly, if I am here, what is the seasonality number? The seasonality number is this number plus minus this little thing here. But because the bar itself is much smaller than the value of these numbers, this number plus minus this bar and this number plus minus this bar do not intersect with each other. That means they're statistically different. That means there's a seasonal effect. Okay? Are things going too quickly? No? All right. Are they getting boring? Possibly yes. Anyway. Okay. I want to do this a little bit before I think we've covered quite a lot actually. Okay, we'll see. So the statistical purpose of this is to get some kind of error assessment around it. But the machine learning view of it is also valid, which means what? Which means I now need to be able to see whether this model forecasts or not. But how do I know whether a forecast is good or bad? So here's one particular, I'm sorry, say again. Train and test. In machine learning, how did you pick a training set? How? Which 70% did you take? Random? Okay. Can I do that here? Why not? Because it's a time series. So I lose my whole time, my time concept. Yes. So the easiest thing to do would be to say something like the first 70% is my training, and my last 30% is my test. So it would look a little bit like this. I am sitting at the end of say 2014, wherever it is, and I want to forecast from 2014 to 2016. And I want to develop an algorithm to do that. Now how do I do that? I need to forecast 2 years. So now I say, can I forecast 2 years? So therefore I will say that if I need to forecast 15 and 16, can I forecast 13 and 14? So I'll take my time series not up to 14, but I'll take my time series up to 12. And I'll build my model or whatever, and then I'll say using that model, can I now predict 13 and 14? If I do that, I can then trust myself to say that I can forecast beyond 14 if I'm sitting at the end of 14. Now 14 is already historical, but you can ask that question now. So if I'm sitting now in my company and I'm trying to forecast say sales for the next 2 quarters. So I'm trying to forecast sales for the next 2 quarters and I have all past sales data. How do I know that I'll get a good forecast? What I can do is I can take the most 2 recent sales quarters that I have and take it out of the data set. And now look at the remaining data that I have and use it to forecast my 2 most recent quarters. And if that works, then I can use that to forecast my next 2 quarters. Now in order for this logic to work, what assumptions do I need to make? Yes, in other words, I need to make some kind of within quotes sameness argument. That these last 2 quarters are the same in some way as the next 2 quarters. Something is common between them. Because if there is nothing, then why will the logic carry over? Why will it be that if I can predict the last 2, I can predict next 2? You know, is there anything common about it? Now you may say maybe there is, maybe there isn't. I don't know. Right. You don't necessarily need to assume that the business environment remains the same. What you need to assume is something remains the same. Now you need to assume what that something is. So for example, you could say that the business environment is actually continually getting better. It's not the same, but it's continually getting better. So what is the same? Now what is the same could be that the increase in my business environment is the same. So in other words, it's getting better, but it's getting better at a constant rate. Same as the past. So in other words, my series looks like this. Now if my series looks like this, Now, when I want to forecast beyond it, I need to get a line that looks like this. Now, this is not the same. This is an increasing line. My future is getting better and better. So my forecast should also get better and better. But it should also be the case that if I cut my series here, and if I can predict this increase based on this data, now I should be in a position to be able to predict increases.
And this exercise can be done on every quarterly basis too.
Sure, you can do running things, and we would do that. So, for example, in my former life in the retail finance business, we would continually run campaigns on things like credit cards and personal loans and things like that. And we would run it in the following way. We would say that I need to see whether, so one possibility could be that what do people want in their products? Do they do they want lower interest rates? Do you want lower fees? What is it that people want in their products? Now, how was that done? That was essentially done by running what are called campaigns. In other words, some people were given this kind of a product and some people were given this kind of a product, and then they were tracked. And then you would say who do better, or where did we get more sales from? And then we would extrapolate that information to say, therefore, this product is doing better. And we try that around. But how do I use the data? So in other words, how do I know that this product would work? So you look at historical data, you again hold out something like 3 months, you go 3 months before, you look at the data, now you design your campaign, then you run that campaign for about 3 months, you see what happens, and you keep doing this. You keep doing this over and over again. So in other words, if you're doing it quarterly, then every quarter you're predicting the next quarter. And every time you're doing this over and over again. If you're a professional analyst in the company, you'll get used to this idea that any moment in time, you're, for example, doing multiple projects. Some project, you're just understanding the specs. Some projects, you're doing the analysis. Some projects, you're writing the report. And you're finishing it off, and you're all doing it at the same time. There's this parallelization that happens. So forecasting is not done one-off. So it's done in a continuous process. But if the process is such that it manages to pick up trends, remember, I do not want, repeat, I am not assuming that there is no change in the process. I am assuming that something remains constant. And that constant could be a change. My hunt is not for constancy in everything. My hunt is for constancy in something. And that I will bite and forecast using. What is the same? Right. Is your salary the same? No. Is your annual increment the same? Maybe. Yours is the same. Maybe. He's very honest about these things. So what is the same now? What can I predict? Can I now so here's an interesting question to ask. If he's kindly giving you the information that his salary is not the same, but his increment is the same, he's giving you this information. With this information, can you predict his salary next year? How? Multiply what with what?
The percentage of increase versus.
Yes, but why did you multiply with the, what allowed you to multiply with the increment?
Because that's the constant.
Because that's the constant. He told you that is what is not changing. He didn't tell you that his salary was the same. He didn't tell you the salary was the same. But he did tell you that the increment was the same. And that information you took and applied to the next time point. So it doesn't have to be constant. In fact, what we'll do soon, probably tomorrow, is we'll ask the question, should I look at YT, which is my time series, or should I look at YT minus 1, which is the first difference in my time series? Is this the thing to study? Or is this the thing to study? Is the series constant or is the change constant? It's like management philosophy, right? The only thing that's constant is change. Right? This is the analytical version of that. The only thing that's constant is change. so change is the only constant. Anyway, so we will do that. We'll build a model in which we will study this instead of this, because we believe that this is what is the same. The change is what is the same. Therefore, the change model can be used again. Therefore, the change model can be used again. And you can do forecast based on that. As I was explaining, I have a 6.5-year-old daughter. So when we buy her clothes, how do you think we buy her clothes? How do we size her clothes? Those of you who have kids, you know this. How do you buy clothes for growing kids? What size do you buy? So what is your prediction here? She'll grow. So, and your size, your clothes are fit to what forecast? It depends on how long you expect that to last, right? So if you expect it to last for 1 year, then yes, T plus 1. If you expect it to last a month, depending on what, the child, I suppose. If it's a very destructive child or it's a rapidly growing, so you do that. Now for you, would you do that? If you buy your clothes, you would. You do exactly the same thing. You do exactly the same thing. When you buy your clothes, if he buys his t-shirt, he would buy his t-shirt with the expectation that he'll wear it for a certain period of time. The only difference is that he doesn't expect to grow. Well, he might. I don't know what he eats, but but so the difference is that in both cases you'd expect the clothes to last for 1 year, but in one case there is a change in the body size. In the other case, there is no change in the body size. But that does not stop me from buying a baby's clothes. Because to some extent I know she's growing, but I also have a pretty good idea as to how she's growing. In other words, I can have a pretty good guess that a year from now how big she will be. So I'm not saying that there is no change in her height, but I'm saying I know something in her height is predictable. Maybe she's growing linearly, maybe she's going quadratically, I don't know. I don't do these things with my daughter, but but there is a systematic nature to her growth. And that's all I need to be able to predict. Yes.
Does the model allow for things that you are aware of?
Yes. So I'm trying to find the change that I'm aware of. Not aware of, I'm trying to find the change that I think will happen again.
So for example, say Uber of tractor comes.
Yes. So that's a very important question to ask. So in a business, let's say that something like Uber comes in, etc., where would that go in a forecast? So there are two ways to do that. One way to do that is to say that I will anticipate someone like an Uber will come in and I'll recognize for it. The other way of looking at it is that I do not know what to anticipate, but I will run my business as if a change like that will happen. Now, what does that do to my business? What that does to my business is it doesn't change my forecast, but it does change the uncertainty around the forecast. Yes. For example, what is Jet's situation doing to Indigo? So now, what is happening to Indigo's sales forecasts? It's increasing, right? Based on something that is not in their own time series. So, but Indigo's managers or whoever would be capable of managing around that. Any good manager would be. They would have backlogs of planes. That backlog can be shifted back, brought forward. Many things can potentially be done. That doesn't mean that people do not anticipate these situations. They do, right? I mean, so there are these memes going around, right? Yeah, you add some cushion, you add some uncertainty to it. Now, and that is a part of your, to some extent, your management expertise.
It cannot be incorporated into forecasting as a factor.
Yes, the similar question is this. So, for example, you could have asked this question in time series as well. Let's say that you have a model that looks like this. And now you're going to put in a different x and a different y. Now, when you put in a different x and a different y, how do you know that y is going to react the same way? In other words, let's say that Jet now drops prices. How does it know that at that dropped price, at that changed price, it will see so many increases in flyers? Just like in time series, when time changes, the situation becomes unpredictable. In regression also, when your input changes, the output becomes unpredictable. It's just that it's a little hidden there. It's not that obvious, but that problem exists everywhere. It's not just a time series problem or a statistical problem. It's a broad analytical problem. That how do you account for that uncertainty? And so one simple way of accounting for that uncertainty is as we had done, or as you had done, is to build models that allow you to explicitly measure it, so to speak. Sort of measures of forecast accuracy. So for example, let's suppose that yt is the object that you're trying to forecast. Now, yt is the unknown value of the response, and you forecast it, or you've got a predicted value of it as yt hat. Statisticians like putting hats on top of things. which is which is a estimated value or predicted value. This is therefore an error. ET is therefore the error in your forecast. What you forecast minus what the actuality is. And you want ET to be small. You want ET to be small. In linear regression, you actually minimize some ET squared, which is what we'll be seeing again. Now there are various measures that can happen here with respect to that. One measure is you have what is called mean absolute deviation, helpfully summarized as MAD. So what is the MAD measure? It is the absolute error that I make. So if I'm say 2 units above and then I'm 2 units below, the 2 units don't cancel out. I'm wrong by 2 and then I'm wrong by 2 again. Overestimation is bad, underestimation is bad. On an average, how far off am I? Am I 1%? Am I 1 unit off, 2 units off, 3 units off? What units off? So it's a mean. Why mean? Because it's an average of certain things. Absolute. What's absolute about it? These bars. You know the absolute symbol, right? Absolute symbol means absolute value of 2 is 2. Absolute value of minus 2 is also 2, modulus. Absolute value of minus 2 is also 2. So absolute deviation. Deviation is what? Deviation from the actual. YT is a deviation. ET is a deviation. A deviation of what? Deviation of my forecast from my actual. There's a slight problem with this that makes it less useful than you think, is that how do you know when this number is large or small? Suppose I tell you that on the average you are off by 10 units. Is that off? Is that a lot? Is that not a lot? Or it's contextual, right? You don't know. If you're buying, a plot of land and you're off by 10 rupees, you're very, very accurate in your forecasting. Right? If you're trying to estimate the number of mosquitoes in your bedroom and you're off by 10, that's a lot of pain. So you don't know. You don't know what plus 10 means. So what this is often done is this is normalized by the actual. It's written as a percentage. So 10 as a percentage of money or 10 as a percentage of number of mosquitoes. So now what you do is you look at the difference between this. So you look at essentially this. You look at YT hat minus YT divided by YT. So this will look like a percentage. 10% error, 20% error, 6% error, whatever it is that you. This is called mean absolute percentage error. Why is it a mean? Again, it's an average of what? Of absolute percentage error. Why absolute? Positive and negative are both errors. Percentage because it's written as a percentage. And error because in this case it is usually written as an error and not a deviation. The third way is mean square error. There's an error in the formula. This should be a square. So mean square error is exactly what you know. Summation ET squared by n. And on the root mean squared version is the same thing with the square root. Why the square root? Because this square root is now on the same scale as my original value. So these are the two that we will mostly use. We'll look at the mean absolute percentage error. It will give us a number as a percentage. We'll also look at the root mean square error, which will give me my error like a standard deviation. So if I give you a root mean square error, for example, let's say that I tell you that my forecast, as an example, let's say I'll give you that my forecast is 20 with a root mean square error of 2. That is roughly saying something vaguely like the following. I'm about 68% sure of being between 19 and 21. Or not 19 and 21, standard deviation of 2. So 18 and 22. I'm about 95% sure of being between 16 and 24. So the root mean square error often acts like a standard deviation around the forecast. So these are the numbers that we will tend to use in order to understand whether our forecasts are good, bad or ugly. Now to do that, you need to set this up. And here's an interesting way of setting this up. So you're going to split the data into training and test sets. Now how are we going to do that? This is a data set that now goes from 2003 to say 2014. I want to divide this into two pieces, up to 2012 and then from 2012 onwards. Now this is a time series object. Remember how I created this? How did I create it? I began with saying start equal to something. So start has been identified with a certain label, which is 2003 to 1, which is how it was originally created. But now I'm going to end it. And I'm going to end it at 2012 December. Frequency again 12, because I'm going to create another time series object. So if I do this and then I see it, it looks exactly like my original object except that it is now ending at 12. I could also have actually done it manually. I could have gone from say 1:120 and done that as well. That would have been my boring way of doing it. But this is a lot nicer. So what am I changing my problem into? I'm changing my problem into saying do not work with tractor sales TS. Work with TS underscore train. And then use that to forecast 2 years ahead. When you forecast 2 years ahead, compare your forecast with these actual numbers and see how well you have done. Now, how do I compare the two numbers? By using either a mean absolute percentage error or a root mean square error, which will tell you how far off you are from your actual as a percentage or as a standard deviation. It's a visualization of it. There's a slight gap here. Because the two data frames were different, there isn't a line that joins them out. But now the problem becomes clear. Can the green predict the red? Now, does the green or blue, whatever it does it correspond to something that is constant? No. The business is changing. The business is growing. The business is seasonal. There's a trend. There's seasonal. There is nothing in this that says that the past is like the future. I'm sorry, the future is like the past. Yes, certainly things are changing. Certainly it should not be the case that what happened here is going to happen here. No. But you're saved by something. You're saved by the fact that whatever happened in these last 2 years is also different from what happened before. In other words, it is changing, but it is changing in a way that it has changed before. It is not changing in a new way. If it is changing in a new way, now I'm in trouble. But if I'm allowed to assume that this September 2014's adjustment is the same as previous Septembers, then I'm okay. I need to assume that there is an adjustment for September. September is not the same. But am I allowed to assume that this September is going to be like the previous Septembers? In terms of raw sales, no. This September I will sell more than I sold last September. That's not going to be the same. But what is going to be the same? Something will be the same. And I'm assuming that the thing that will be the same is that the percentage lift that September will see over the same year's trend will be the same. And that's a complicated assumption to make. But that's the assumption that's made. This assumption looks peculiar in time series, but you are making this assumption continuously. You've made assumptions like this throughout the course. Hypothesis testing is that assumption, as I said, with populations and the mu that holds across everything. In regression, you did this assumption. That line holds for a new data point. But will the new forecast be exactly that on that line? No. Sorry, will the new value be exactly be on that line? No. In fact, you know that it won't be. None of your points are on the line. If none of your points are on the line, how dare you assume that your future points will be on the line? But the point is no, you're not assuming that at all. You know that there is going to be an error. But in spite of that error, what about it remains the same? And you say that straight line remains the same. Here, what about it remains the same? And we're going to make assumptions. The trend remains the same. The seasonal corrections remain the same. And if the trend remains the same, in other words, I'm now going to assume that it is going to increase. But how is it going to increase? The same way that it has increased before. And as you'll see, that assumption will be almost correct. It will not be fully correct. It will be almost correct. So that is our task, to say build a model in which I can predict something like this. The ability to do this gives people a little more faith. Otherwise, you get stuck in this time series question of saying, but you know, things are going to change. And so there is no hope for the future. Yes, I know things are not going to change, but that doesn't mean there's no hope for the future. Let's figure out what about this is going to. Let me show you one forecasting method. So that at least you have forecast a little bit and see what happens. So this is an odd, it's a strange forecasting method, but at least I want to show it. And then what we'll do is we'll begin again tomorrow at this point. But I don't want to leave you without doing any forecasting whatsoever. The topic is time series forecasting. Not just time series. So what we'll do is we'll do a forecast. Now the forecast is not an easy forecast. We'll see easier forecast later. This is a forecast called random walk with drift. Ignore the name. Random walk means something is moving randomly. Drift means inside that random drift, there is the ability to pick up seasonality and trend. So there is a drift allowed within a random walk. Now to do that, as I said, you'll need to use this STL function, which allows this. Now to do the STL function, to run the STL function, remember that you have to run it within the log scale. So what we are going to do is we're going to predict not sales, but we're going to predict log sales. So first is we're going to do the prediction, so to speak, or we're going to generate the time series object. Generate the time series object through, let's say, this. This is not forecasting. This is generating the time series. Here, components. What has it done? On the log side, it has created a seasonal component, it has created a trend component, and it has created a remainder. Look at the seasonal component, minus 0.08. Let's go to the next January. Minus 0.086 is the same thing. The seasonal components are exactly the same. The trend, however, is increasing. And the remainder remains unpredictable. We saw this plot before. This is simply an output of the same plot that we had seen before. This is a description of the time series. Now what we need to do is you need to convert this into a forecast. Now when we forecast this, the function that we use is the function forecast. This comes pre-packaged. There's a library forecast that does this. When it does this, it takes this object, which is the decomposition. This is not a time series. Forecast as a function in R doesn't act on the time series. It doesn't act on the time series. It acts on the decomposition. So it needs to know what is the trend, what is the seasonality, and what is the error, so that it knows what to ignore. Because it will ignore the remainder part. So it needs to know what the remainder part is. So it needs that decomposition. So it'll get that decomposition. It'll need to know a method. In this particular case, the method is random walk with drift. Don't bother too much about the method. We can change it. H equal to 24 means for how long do you want to forecast this for? Now, how long do I want to forecast this for? 2 years, which means 24 time units. In this particular case. Remember, this is being done on train. Because using it, I want to forecast for 2 years.
Correct. And we don't have to use tech.
This is train. So train ends at 2012. And I'm going to forecast up to 2014.
And then you compare.
And then I'm going to compare. Then I'm going to compare. And now what I can do is I can simply plot these. I can plot this. I can plot the forecast. When I plot the forecast, we'll see many more forecasts tomorrow. So when I plot the forecast looks like this. This is my forecast on the log scale. This is how I forecast. Now when I forecast this, I see certain things. Number one, you can see the forecast, and the forecast is not constant. The forecast has picked up the trend and has picked up the seasonality. In fact, how has it forecast? All it has done is it extrapolated the trend and then multiplied back by the seasonality numbers, which you already saw in the output, and ignored the random part. And it's done something a little more in that what forecast has done is it's also calculated a standard error like thing, which is these gray parts. Very roughly speaking, the dark gray is like a 95% and the light gray is like a 99%. But for now, you don't need to ignore that. These are the error bars associated with my forecast, which means I do not know where the forecast will be, but I'm saying 95% confident that it is in that gray zone. So the actual line I don't know. I'll see. We'll calculate soon. But this is my forecast. So it's saying that I do not know where the future will be, but the future will be somewhere in this gray zone. If you want a point, the point is here. But otherwise it's here. The general idea of a confidence interval. I mean, a confidence interval is, technically there's an acronym that's often used for it called CYA, which stands for cover your ass. Which means I have no idea what the truth is going to be, but it's going to be somewhere here. So I don't know the exact number. But I'm giving you error bars around that. Now to calculate how much there is actually, which is the question that you're asking, I need to now do a little bit of fiddling around. Why? Because remember that this is a forecast of the logarithm. So to get to this, I need to go 10 to the power this or something of that sort. So I need to do a little bit of jugglery on that. So to do that, here is what I do. Now look at the next piece of code here. What am I doing here? What is my forecast here? This is the forecast, decompose T and C bind, and this is going to be 10 to the power something. 10 to the power what? 10 to the power of the logarithm. This is what? This is test compared with my forecast. So I'm going to compare my forecast and compare my actual, but I'm going to do it after taking it 10 to the power. So you can look at this code at your leisure, but what I've done is I'm creating a vector in which I've got actuals and forecasts, but in the scale of the actual sales. And now I want to plot it and see it. Which is which? Vec2, what came in first? What came in first was my test, which is a blue, and my forecast is then my red. So my actuals is blue and my forecast is red. And as you can see, I've picked up the pattern, I've picked up the trend, I've got a reasonable job, except that I have a slight underprediction, a systematic underprediction, which means that in actuality, there was something that lifted my sales a little bit above the historical trend. Something that is not explained by the trend of the past. But I'm not that far off. I'm not that far off. If it's something. So what percentage off am I? How do I calculate how far off am I? Well, to do that, I need to apply my MAPE and my RMSE formulas. Now to apply my MAP and RMSE formulas, I need to create formulas that do that. So this is the RMSE formula implemented as a formula, and this is the mean absolute percentage error implemented as a formula. I know this is going quickly. We'll repeat a lot of this tomorrow. RMSE is 53.56 and MAPE is 0.0687 as a percentage. Conclusion, I am about on an average, I'm about 6.9% away from the truth. On an average, I'm about 6.9% away from the truth. the actuality. Because of this plot, most of this is coming from an under prediction. So I'm about say 6% or 6.8% under predicting. In this particular case, I can say I'm under predicting because most of the time it is negative. In other words, that absolute value has the same sign for all of them. But in general, this will sometimes be over, sometimes be under. But on the average, I'm about 6% off. The error term is there. The error term is there, this error term, but this error term was sometimes positive, sometimes negative historically. So historically, it should have disappeared. So there's something else that is happening, something that is not in the historical data. RMSE is 53. RMSE 53 means something like roughly like the following, that whatever I forecast, plus minus 53 of that is going to, I'm about 68% sure of covering. If I want to be about 95% sure of my forecast, I should be about plus minus 106. Which means I know my sales to about plus minus 100, roughly. Number of tractors. Number of tractors. So I forecast, right? So for example, let's say here. So let's look at this. Where is it? Before I plot it, let's look at VEC2. Now, what is VEC2 here? This is test. Test means the actuality. So my actual number was 454. My actual sales in January of 2013. What was my forecast? 430.74. 430.74 was my forecast. What was my actual? 454. I'm off. By how much? By 24 units. Convert that into percentage. And that is about 6 point something on the average over the years. How much off my forecast is from my actual. Now, if I choose to think of it as an error, this as a point estimate has a root mean square error of 53. Right? That means if I want to give the forecast not as a number but as an interval, I should say what it should be is 430 plus minus say 2 into 53. That's huge for 95%. Or if he allows me the normality assumption, I will make this 1.96. This error is 0.53 in standard deviation terms compared to 53. This is at about 10% of this. As a percentage, it's not bad, but you're right. In actual sales terms, this gives you a fairly large interval. But what that means is that a plus minus 10% at a sales of 500 is a lot. True. If you know your error, if you know your salary to within plus minus 10%, you may or may not know it very well. But if let's say Mr. Ambali knows it to within plus minus 10%, that's many companies, right? That error is many companies. As a significant per unit tractors. But remember that that's the so this is the variation, right? So let's say a plus minus of 100. But let me go back and let me show you what plus minus of 100 actually means. So if I go back to the original series, this is the series, right? This is the series. So a plus minus of 100 means what here? Plus minus of 100 on this plot is how much? It's that much. So you know your forecast to that much. Still not impressed? Right?
So from where did you get that 1.99?
Where did I get that 1.96? As I said, he should have kindly allowed me normality. So your 2 sigma. Remember your confidence intervals? You used it as x bar plus minus 1.96 into standard error or some such thing. Use formulas like this. Same thing. If you want to, this is an interpretation of what that root mean square error is. There's a number 53 sitting there, right? I'm trying to give you an interpretation for it. Yeah, so plus minus twice that is going to be about 95% confident. If you want to standardize, you can look at your MAP number and say that should be less than some percentage. But what percentage that should be depends on business and how, it's like R square. How big should your R square be? How small should your MAP be? RMSE, no, because RMSE is on the scale of the actuality. But MAP, yes, you can put a number on it and say that I need to be at least 10% sure of my, yes, which is the point I was making, that as a percentage sense, 53 as a permissible error, or even 2 into 53 as a permissible error around 430 doesn't look that bad. But you're also right that it means 100 or more tractors. So you're off by 100 tractors, which means that if you want to incorporate that risk, you are now playing around with 100 tractors.
There might be a cap on number of units manufactured and they must be already.
Yes, so you may say from a practical perspective, that's not necessarily a workable range for me. If that is the case, then let's get better forecasts out of it. Let's use other data to get better forecasts out of it, or maybe build a more sophisticated model. That's like saying you have an R square, but that R square isn't particularly good. What to do? One answer is, let's go wild and build a neural network or something like that. The other answer is, let's go get some more data. There are many kinds of answers and the same problem exists here. But yes, RMSE is on the scale of the data. But remember, how far off you get is a figure of how big you want these confidence intervals to be. And this you may have seen in statistics as well. That's the whole trade-off. The surer you want to be, the less useful your result becomes. That's the whole learning of standard errors and confidence intervals. The bigger the interval, the better it is and the less useful it is. So do you want to be correct and useless? Or do you want to be incorrect and useful? I have no idea. So, but that's what confidence intervals are odd. They're not easy, and it's about covering it but not quite doing the right thing. It's like, let's say you're going deer hunting. Don't go deer hunting. But let's suppose you are going deer hunting. So there's a deer in front of you. Right? You and your friend are both going there. You're all wonderful hunters. So your friend looks at it and shoots, misses 10 feet behind. Your other friend looks and says, puff, shoots, misses 10 feet in front. You look at this and says, yeah, jump up and down, we got him. Right? That's what a confidence interval does. You get the deer. Right? By missing to the left and missing to the right. Somewhere in the middle is the deer. Somewhere in the middle is your actual sales. But I'm telling you what's going to happen if things go really, really well and everything that is uncertain pushes your sales up. Everything falls on your path. This is what will happen, your best case scenario, and I'm also going to tell you what your worst case scenario is. Shit happens, shit being defined by the past. And if every shit happens continuously, which means everything goes wrong, this is what's going to happen. And now somewhere in between is going to be your state of affairs. Now depending on how optimistic and how pessimistic you are, you deal with it. If somebody tells you that, many good things will happen to you and you'll end up with a salary of 1 crore. And if somebody else tells you horrible things will happen to you and you'll end up owing people 1 crore. Now, based on this information, what will you do? Different people, I think, will do different things. But that's not the analyst's job. So what we have is we have our first forecast. We have a model for it. How did we do it? We took the data, we converted it into a time series. We decomposed that time series into trend, seasonality, etc. Using that decomposition, we forecast it. That forecast we then compared with the actual on in a test training way to see how good that forecast was. we followed this process from the data to the forecasting procedure. And this is a process that can be repeated. This is your first forecast. In the next 2 days, we'll maybe see about 10, 12, 15 more. I don't know, that's a random number. But my guess is we'll see about 12, 13 more methods. And then at the end, or maybe I'll maybe I'll set that as a homework. You compare. But yes, we'll go through a number of methods. This is not the only one, and so we'll see what works and what doesn't work, and we'll try to understand why it works and why it doesn't work, and what one should do, what learnings there are, etc. I just wanted to end today with showing you one forecast. This is not the forecast, please. It is not what we will use at the end of the day. But the procedure, yes, data to spreadsheet, to time series object, to decomposition, to test training, to forecast, to RMSE and MAP. This is what we will repeat out. Okay, see you tomorrow. So what we had done is, we were studying time series analysis. To do that, we were using a data set as an exemplar. We'll continue to do that today, and tomorrow we might try our hands on a few other data sets. But the way we had loaded the data set, if you remember, is we had read a CSV file. The CSV file, when it was read, looked like this. In other words, it looked like a column of numbers, the number of tractors sold, and then a month-year column, which was not read by R in anything except for text. This needed to be converted into a time series, and the time series done was by reading by second column and then saying that I'm going to start this at 2003 and January with a frequency of 12. The frequency of 12 told R that I'm looking for annual data, or data that is basically years and months, beginning from 2003 January and ending in this particular case on December 2015, which meant that you ended up with a data set that looked like this. Then what we had done is, we had said that the problem that we were interested in was a forecasting problem, which meant that essentially we were going to forecast beyond a certain period of time. To forecast beyond a period of time correctly, the philosophy that was being used was to say that if you want to forecast in the future, then see how good a job you are doing in forecasting given the data that you have. So if we are going to forecast, say, 2 years in the future, we needed to create a data set setting aside the last 2 years, defining this as a test set. And the purpose was to be able to forecast these last 2 years and see how good that forecast was. So there are multiple steps in that. One step, of course, was to set up the training and the test data sets. So setting that up, number one, was to establish a training data set. And this is, you have done this before. If the code is there, it's there. For me, I think another activity happened on this computer. So we set up a training data set and we set up the corresponding test data set. If you have a start, then you may or may not need to specify an end depending on how far the end goes. So because the second command has no end command, it basically goes to the end of the data set. So now I've set up my training set and I've set up my test set. So for example, my test set is of 2 years. I need to forecast using my training set. There are many forecasting methods that can be used. One particular method that we were doing was to try and use what's called a random walk with drift procedure, including a function called, say, STL. Now STL, while I didn't show this before, I can do it now. I can, for example, say seasonal decomposition of time series using LOS. LOS means sort of, it's a local smoother. What LOS is essentially fits the kind of trend line that you were seeing, which is a smooth line. It's called a locally linear smoother. Now when STL is used as a function, it specifies a certain set of arguments to use. So for example, one set of arguments that uses s.window, character string periodic or the span and lags for the lowest window for seasonal extraction, which should be odd and at least 7. So what does this mean? It means that when I say LOS, I want to say, how is there seasonality present in the data? If there is a seasonality present in the data, how long should my averaging be? In this particular case, this was easy. all I said is that the periodic string is, I need things to be periodic. So I'm just going to specify that this is periodic and let the algorithm take care of its seasonal parameters. So there are a few things that you can play around with here if you want to. But since I would suggest that you haven't done too much training on how to fit these smoothers, just leave the default be. And if there is periodic data or seasonal data and you're doing this, then you should say s.window equal to periodic or some summary of that. If there isn't seasonal data, then you don't necessarily need to do that. So that's what this is. So how was this being done? First of all, because STL is something that looks at additive decompositions, this was done on the logarithm. Because this was done in the logarithm, so what does this syntax mean? It means that work on the logarithm of the training data, assuming that there is a periodic component. Periodic for this algorithm means seasonal for us, that there is a period of definition. It will pick that up from the time series. This, remember, is a time series object. So as soon as this sees s.window equal to periodic, is going to inherit the frequency of this series, which means it's going to understand that there is a periodicity of 12 or 12 months cycle that's present in this data. So you decompose that. Again, as we had seen before, what a function like this does is it decomposes into different sets of components. What are the different sets of components that it decomposes into? A trend, a seasonal component, and a remainder. In this particular case, it adds. What is my model? My model is logarithm of sales is equal to this trend plus this seasonal plus this remainder. Do you understand? So logarithm of trend is, so in my particular case, my model is, so I should probably rub this out. Log of sales is equal to, let's say, trend. I shouldn't say sales. Oops, I shouldn't say S. Let me say YT. Say trend plus seasonal plus my irregular component. I think I'd called it I. So YT therefore is equal to what? E to the power, sorry, not E, 10, which is equal to 10 to the power trend multiplied by 10 to the power multiplied by 10 to the power irregular, multiplicative. So I've ended up with a multiplicative thing. I've ended up with a multiplicative thing of trend, a multiplicative thing of seasonality, and a multiplicative thing of irregularity for YT itself. Which means that when I want YT to look like this, a multiplication of something in trend and seasonality irregular, I might as well work with logarithm and additively. Now the random walk function or any of these decomposition functions are much more naturally done on the logarithmic scale, which is why it's done this way. But the price that we have to pay is we now have to go back to the original scale later on. So now what do? Now I forecast. How do I forecast? Well, what I do is I say, you've got this model on the logarithmic scale. I'm going to forecast 24 time periods ahead. And I'm going to forecast using a random walk with drift. Now in this particular model, I've already incorporated the seasonal parameter because I've given s.window is equal to p. So when this method is used, the forecast method with random walk with drift, it already knows that there is a seasonal component that I need to incorporate in my forecast. H equal to 24 means that I need to forecast for 24 time periods. The typical default for this, I think, appears to be 12. But just to be safe, we can specify 24 in this case. This is my forecast for the training data, but it is forecasting 12 points. I'm sorry, 24 points. In addition to the forecast on the logarithmic scale, it has also given me a lower 80% point and a higher 80% point and a lower 95% point and a higher 95% point. What does this mean? It means that I'm 95% confident that on the logarithm, my forecast is between 2.6 and 2.66. What does that mean from an actual perspective? Let's say, for example, do this last one. So this is 2.77. So this is going to be, the actual forecast is going to be 10 to the power, say 2.77. That's 588. And if you want the lower point and the upper point, the last two columns are my 95 and my 95. So I now know that this is, say, 10 to the power 2.61, so 607, let's say 607, 404, and 10 to the power 2.935, 860. Now this is large and it is also asymmetric because the forecast is done here. It's symmetric on the original scale, it is asymmetric on the logarithmic scale. So how do we take care of these forecasts and figure out whether these forecasts are any good or not? These are the forecasts, so plot train. If you plot this, when you plotted this, you plotted this on the original axis. Let's say plot of. This is on the original axis. Let's try this out for example. Let's say that I do plot of and I do this instead. Won't work directly. I'm going to have to go outside and figure out how to change this. But you can extract it and then you can go to e to the power. We'll do that separately later on. So now what are we going to do? Now what we're going to do is we're going to measure how good my forecasts are. To measure how good my forecasts are, I will need to incorporate my forecast together with my original functions. So this function is being created. This function does what? This function goes at 10 to the power c bind, the thing that I was trying to do. In other words, I need to c bind this and go log 10 to the power this. So this is the forecast and this is being combined with, the actual is being combined with the forecast to create this vector. The second set, this is my actuals and this is my forecast. The second column is my forecast. I can plot both of these and see that I have recovered most of it. I've recovered most of it except that I have a slight under prediction. But encouragingly, I've picked up a trend and I've picked up a seasonality, which is a good thing, And now in order to understand how good this forecast is, as I said, we can compute the root mean square error and the mean absolute percentage error. And what it gets is a measure of, so what are these measures? Sometimes this is done with a n-1 here if necessary. This is like a percentage error and this is like a standard deviation of forecast if you want to interpret these things. So this sometimes makes sense when comparing across different kinds of time series. This sometimes makes sense for a given time series on the scale of the original number. Root. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to proceed in this direction and come up with, I think to some extent, what is the commonest way of doing this, and it's a method called exponential smoothing. Now exponential smoothing is an interesting idea, and while the simplest form of exponential smoothing, simple exponential smoothing, is not much used, it's still a useful idea to see. Now it's written out here and it's often understood in a variety of ways. So let me write this slightly differently, and it's often written in this way. So I want to forecast in the next time point. I want to forecast what's going to happen tomorrow. And here's the way I'm going to forecast it. I'm going to say my forecast is going to be a combination of what it is today and how wrong I was today. So it's going to be today and a correction based on how far I was off today. So it's going to look like this. It's going to say alpha of yt plus 1 minus alpha, not yt, 1 minus alpha of, let's say, yt hat, my forecast today, is going to be that. So let's look at two particular extremes. So notation wise, forecast of today is a mixture of the actuality today and the forecast today. Okay, or I can write it this way: alpha of yt plus yt hat minus alpha of yt hat. sorry, is that right? That is correct, right? So now this is equal to yt hat plus alpha of yt minus yt hat. Is that correct? I know I'm doing some high school algebra here, but I was never very good at it. So I want you to look at this expression. Sometimes it's easy to see it this way, and sometimes it's easy to see it this way. I get confused. This version of it says the following. This version is what? Yt plus 1 forecast tomorrow is forecast today modified by how wrong I was today. Right? So in other words, let's suppose that tomorrow I'm forecasting 100. And I'm going to say, oh, you know, forecasting 100. What did you forecast today? Today I forecast 90. Was it 90? No, it was 80. So you over forecast? So assume that tomorrow also you're going to over forecast. Correct tomorrow's forecast upwards. Why? Because today you are under forecast. By how much? Not by the full amount, not by the full 10%, but by some fraction of it. And that is what this alpha is. Alpha is a fraction between 0 and 1. Alpha is a fraction between 0 and 1. So one way to see it is, it's a mixture between today's actual and today's forecast, or it is today's forecast adjusted by how far off today's forecast was. Some people understand it better this way, some people understand it better this way. I apparently explained it by some combination of the two. But think of it this way, or think of it this way. There's another way to think about it that's often useful, and that is this, and that's the way they've tried to write it out here. So a little more algebra. So now let's suppose that this again. Okay, let's before I get there, let me take a look at a few extreme situations. Let's look at the case. Let's say alpha is very small. In fact, let's take the case alpha equal to 0, or let's take the case alpha equal to 1. If alpha is equal to 1, what happens? If alpha is equal to 1, this corresponds to yt plus 1 hat is equal to yt. That means what? Tomorrow's forecast is what happened today. Highly scientific and extremely simple. How much money will you make next year? How much money you made this year? This is called the naive forecast. Have you done naive Bayes or any such thing? This is called the naive forecast. The word naive means simple. So the simplest possible forecast is no forecast at all essentially, which is today, what it is today. Not same, hold on to that thought. Now look at the other situation where alpha is equal to 0. If alpha is equal to 0, what happens? If alpha is equal to 0, yt plus 1 hat is equal to yt hat. That means tomorrow's forecast is today's forecast. But remember, this argument holds for every time point. What is today's forecast? Yesterday's forecast? That means what? That means the forecast doesn't change. Irrespective of the data, your forecast is going to remain the same. On one extreme, your forecast is what happened today. On the other extreme, your forecast is what is the average of whatever has been happening so far. It doesn't change. So on one extreme, it's changing with today's data. On the other extreme, it's not changing at all with today's data. It is the overall average. It's a constant forecast. It is the same forecast as you were saying. It's a constant forecast. For example, one constant forecast is yt plus 1 hat is equal to y bar. Y bar means average of all your observations. This forecast does not change. Well, it doesn't. It may change a little bit, but the average is sort of constant throughout the data. So as alpha changes, it moves between these two values. How does it move between these two values? So let's write this out a little bit. So this I can write as alpha of yt plus 1 minus alpha of, but what is yt forecast? Yt forecast is alpha of, help me here, yt minus 1 plus 1 minus alpha of yt minus 1 hat. Correct? Okay, one more step. Alpha of yt plus 1 minus alpha of alpha yt minus 1 plus 1 minus alpha squared yt minus 1 hat. Okay? All right. One more step. I'm going to replace this yt minus 1 hat by alpha of y t minus 2 plus 1 minus alpha of y t minus 2 hat. Correct? I promise to end at here. Yt plus 1 minus alpha into alpha yt minus 1 plus 1 minus alpha squared alpha yt minus 2 plus 1 minus alpha cubed yt minus 2 hat. You can see what is happening. You can see what is happening. The forecast is looking like a combination of my previous values. It's looking like a combination of previous values. But what kind of combination of previous values? Exponential. They're getting down. Let's, for example, take the value alpha equal to half. If alpha is equal to half, what does this become? This becomes half yt plus 1 minus alpha is also coincidentally half. So half into half, 1 by 4 yt minus 1 plus half squared into 1 by 8 yt minus 2 squared into half, right? So what is my forecast tomorrow? My forecast tomorrow is half of what it is today plus a quarter of what it was yesterday plus an eighth of what it was the day before yesterday, plus you can see what the next term will be, a 16th of what it was, and then 32, it keeps going. In other words, it is something between the most recent observation and the average of all observations. It is an average of all observations, but with the weightage being much more towards the more recent ones. How much will you make next year? Half of this year plus a quarter of the previous year. So it's an average of all that you have made next year with more weights given to recent years. The extreme version of this becomes 1, which means there's no other year. The other extreme version, all these weights become equal, which is this estimate of y is equal to 1. Alpha is equal to 0, and you can work that limit out. So therefore, what this is a weighted average. A weighted average with exponential smooth. It's called an exponentially weighted moving average sometimes. Sometimes this term is used. Exponentially weighted moving average. Or sometimes very simply called exponential smoothing. It's a smoothing of the data. Smoothing means averaging out. How is it being smoothed? By averaging out the past observations. How? By exponentially decaying weights. This is also there, for example, in Excel. This is the simplest possible forecasting method. If you go to Excel, so here for example, if you go to Excel, data analysis, there's something called exponential smoothing. So you can forecast in Excel if you want to. But this is pretty much the only forecasting algorithm that's available in Excel. So if you do that, as an example, what you can do is you can take, for say, the input range, something of that sort. Label is not there. The damping factor, so to speak, is this value of alpha. The value of alpha that I put here, and you can put in, say, 0.5 or any of these values here. And then this is an Excel version of it. You can muddle around with it. What it has done is, because I didn't set it up very well, it's actually forecasting one period at a time, going forward. This is just to show you that this kind of smoothing is available in other packages, and in some way it is the simplest form of smoothing that you can do. Now, but as is, over a period of time, over longer periods of time, there is a problem with this forecast. And the problem with this forecast is that it doesn't take any kind of seasonality into account. It doesn't take into account any kind of seasonality. So what people have done over the years is that they've modified this simple exponential smoothing into various kinds of more complex things. Right? So there's something called double exponential smoothing, and then triple exponential smoothing, or what is called Holt-Winters. These are modifications of the same thing, and you can review the formulas at your leisure, but let me give you a rough sense of what these formulas are trying to do. So, for example, here, let's say double exponential smoothing. So, here's the alpha. The alpha is the same kind of thing that you saw before. But what's more important is this, the forecast equation. The forecast equation is written as two terms. It's written as a level term and it's written as a trend term. What is the idea here? The idea here is to write my series. The idea here is to be able to write my series not as a continuous series. So I've got a series that looks like this and I want to forecast it. If I'm at this point and I want to forecast, what I want to say is I want to identify a level. The level is where I'm starting the forecast. The trend is the line, the angle of the line with which I'm going to proceed. So my forecast is going to be essentially something like an A plus BX. Now I want to know what that level is and I want to know what that trend is. In other words, I want to know what my LT is where I'm beginning and what my BT is, which is my per year correction. So I'm going to begin at one point and then I'm going to add a certain term every year. If I'm going to add a positive term, then I'm going to go up. If I'm adding a negative term, I'm going to go down. Now the question is, what should this level be and what should this trend be? Now for the level part of it, it's saying use a single exponential smoothing like term. In other words, predict the level, predict where you start from like you would use a simple exponential smoothing. The trend equation is slightly more complicated, but you can see what the trend is. It uses the same idea, but it uses it for a trend. It says, what is the trend? The trend is a combination of the change in the level and the previous trend. What is my current trend? My current trend is the change in the level, which is the trend I'm seeing right now, and my previous estimate of trend. And so again, similarly, if my beta is very close to 1, then my estimate of trend is going to be simply the change in my level and has no memory of the previous trend. If my beta, for example, is closer to 0, then my trend is going to be a constant. There's going to be a constant beta that will keep adding. It will not be modified by the data. So this is the same kind of idea, except that what it has done is it has now incorporated the forecast and the level and the trend. Seasonality complicates things even more, and the so-called triple exponential method, which is the one that's typically used. And here the problem becomes a little more complicated because the seasonal terms are terms that are included by saying what is the seasonal term? The seasonal term is a combination of whatever is left behind after the level and the trend has been taken care of and the previous seasonal term. So every time I'm sort of using the same set of tricks in order to add a different component to this. Now the saving grace for you is that you don't need to know any of this. In other words, you can run the algorithm, you may need to specify what the alpha, betas and gammas are, or you can let the algorithm choose for itself what the alpha, betas and gammas are. So the usual way of doing this, executing on this, is to say fit the most common exponential smoothing kind of parameter. In other words, one with trend and one with seasonality and one with everything in it, and then let the data say what the equations talk about. In other words, let the data decide as to whether there is a trend, whether there is a level, and what the level is and what the seasonality is, which is what we are going to try and do. Hold on to this. We're going to come back and interpret these coefficients a little better. So as I said, the object of this is easy. So apply Holt's method. So now what are we going to do? We're again going to work this on the training set. And we're going to work this on the training set for Holt-Winters. We'll see what it does. Now, one of the things that should be there is say Holt-Winters. If I do Holt-Winters and I just ask for the help on Holt-Winters, here is the help on Holt-Winters. So Holt-Winters is the function. Y is the time series. The forecast horizon, how long it will forecast for as a default, is twice into the frequency of x. Now what is the frequency of my input time series? 12. 2 into 12 is 24. So the default of h was here 24. I could have said h equal to 24. It would have given me the same answer, but the default here happens to be 24. But you can, if you wish, write this as, but I didn't need to specify h equal to 24 here. So it's now given me this forecast. Just like the random walk model. Now the simple exponential smoothing model, the Holt smoothing model and the Holt-Winters smoothing model, all these are present for you if you want to use them. And if you want, we'll try it out and we'll see what happens. So SES means simple exponential smoothing. Right? Now let me explain what simple exponential smoothing might do. So for simple exponential smoothing, why is simple exponential smoothing likely to be likely to be a bad idea. Let's see what happens if I do simple exponential smoothing. So let's suppose I do this. I say, remember there is no seasonality here. Here is my Holt Winters. This is my simple exponential smoothing. Do you see anything interesting about this? What are the forecasts? Same. No, it's not an average. This is not an average. I'll tell you what this is. But point number one, the forecast is the same. There's no seasonality, there's no trend, there's nothing, there's a flat line. It's a flat line, which is why we didn't do this. But why does it look like this?
How does it even qualify to be a forecasting method when it actually does nothing?
You're cynical, aren't you? It does forecast, but it forecasts only one time point ahead. Which is what Excel's version did. It forecast one time point ahead. It took the most recent data and forecasted using that. Here, my syntax said you must forecast 24 times ahead. You must forecast 24 times ahead. Now, why does it look like this? Remember what my forecast formula was. Yt plus 1 hat is equal to, what was it? Remind me of the formula. 1 minus alpha y t hat. Okay? Excellent. Now, let's suppose that I have my data and I've forecasted yt plus 1 hat. I've got one forecast. So far, he can't complain because I've given only one number. He can't say it's the same because he hasn't seen any other number. But now we have to see the next one. Now, what is yt plus 2 hat? The next time point? Alpha yt plus 1 plus 1 minus alpha yt plus 1 hat. Excellent. Now, yt plus 1 hat I already have. But what is yt plus 1? Yes, but I don't have yt plus 1, correct? Wait till tomorrow, which is what Excel did. Every day use the previous day to predict. So I can wait for tomorrow. But I'm sitting here and I'm going to predict 2 months in advance. So the best that I can do is, whenever I see yt plus 1, I use its forecast. But as soon as I do this is what? Not cancels out. This is the same number, alpha into yt plus. So this is y hat t plus 1. And you get the same number again. And the same game plays. Hence simple exponential smoothing. so therefore, beyond one point, this is not helpful. Or if you want to think of it pictorially, what it does is it sees a data of this kind and it says fit only a trend. Fit only a level, which means it fits only this. What this second forecast will do is, I'm going to fix that problem by adding a trend feature to it. So in other words, it's going to allow to do that. But the seasonality will not be there. So now if I change this to, let's say, Holt, in other words, I do exactly the same thing, but I fix it. Now I'll get a forecast. Now the numbers are not going to be the same. It's increasing by about 3 or a little more than 3 every month. It's recovering that trend. It's not necessarily exactly a straight line. It would have been exactly a straight line if the beta had been 1. But remember, it's also learning a little bit by the changes in the levels. But the changes in this level 1, in this case, are constant. So effectively what it is doing is it's approximating this by a straight line. So the forecasts are increasing. But they're increasing in a lockstep. They're increasing by the same amount every time. January to February is the same increase, February to March is the same increase, April to March is the same increase. There is no sense of seasonality in this. You can see the same jumps. So this solves the problem a little bit. Now what I need to do is I say, okay, my series is not constant. And I fix that problem by saying my series is allowed to increase. Now I have to say my series is not non-seasonal. There is a seasonal correction that I need to be able to add. That correction is added by the triple exponential smoothing, which is what they called Holt Winters here. which now incorporates the seasonal correction to this. But now if you do this, you should argue, so I can do the same command, so it was whole to winters, but for seasonal, I have an additive model, I also have a multiplicative model. In this particular case, I want the multiplicative model, because I know that the trend and the seasonal irregularity multiply with each other. I don't know that, to some extent I'm guessing it by looking at the picture, but this I can specify. This is why I end up with this, and what you can argue is that if you have a series in which you do not think there is any seasonality, then you can stop at the second one. The third one will add a layer of complexity that might be picking up just noise. In other words, if you think there is nothing called seasonality, it's associated with it. Let's say you're looking at a stock price, looking at daily closing at a stock price, and you don't believe that there's a monthly or a seasonal effect. There is a trend, the stock price is increasing, but that's about it, if you believe it to be so. Similarly, if you believe that there is no trend, for example, if you believe that, you know what, my stock price is constant, is not constant, but my returns are constant. So what I can do is I can calculate the returns and then do a simple forecast if you want to. Although, as you said, the forecast will be flat, but then you're assuming that it will be flat. You're assuming that the returns are not going to be changing. There's nothing else to understand from those returns. So simple exponential smoothing, but just to warn you, in Excel we got a very good fit. Where is that Excel spreadsheet? What is this then? This is exponential smoothing. This is SES. This is SES, but what is this point? So there's a forecast, right? This is my forecast. Why is the forecast this good? Because this forecast is based on every point just to the left of it. Every point is a 1-point forecast. Every day is using the entire data set up to that point in time. So essentially what it's doing is it's trending with the data. It's not forecasting 24 months in advance or 12 months in advance. It's only forecasting 1 month in advance every time. And you can fix that fiddling around with Excel if you want to. Here we've asked a hard problem, mind you. We've asked to predict 2 years. We've asked to predict 2 years. That's not an easy thing. Now, the model itself, what does it say? Here is the output of the model. Smoothing parameters alpha, beta and gamma. Initial states 168, 1157 and these multiplicative seasonal parameters. This is what the time series began with. This is what the time series began with forecasting with. It said, I'm going to begin with 168. Correct? Where is the 168 coming from? Where is the 168 coming from? Not at the beginning of the forecasting window, but where is the original data? Here is the original data. Where is the 168? The 168 is here. It's this beginning point where the series starts. So it's going to begin at that level and then it's going to start building up the level. It's going to start building up that level estimate. How is it going to start building up the level estimate? Every level estimate is going to be the previous point plus or an average of the previous point and the level of the previous point. So you give me an initial level. What is the next level? It's going to be the average of the first level and the point. Now you've got the new level. How do I get to the level after that? The current level that I have and the current point, new level, and I keep building up the level. Similarly, I keep building up the trend, beginning with a certain value of the trend, which is 0.016. And this is the seasonality fix. Now, these values means what? 0.0134, 0.00136 and 0.013. So let's go back and understand this, and it gives us a little bit of interpretation as to what is going on. So beta, for example, so alpha here is the smoothing of the level. This is our 0.35. Not very close to 0, not very close to 1, which means the level is an average or a combination of my current value and my past level. But this beta is very close to 0.0, is close to 0. Beta being close to 0 means what? It means beta is almost this. which means beta is very close to the previous beta. That means my trend is not changing much. My trend is remaining the same. What that means is my series is fairly constantly increasing. If my series was not constantly increasing, what would have happened? What would have happened is that the trend would have wanted to change every time. Every time the trend would have said, please update me, please update me. Based on what? Based on the current change in level. So if the time series was doing this, then LT minus 1 would be changing. And the trend will want to adjust for that. But here, beta is very small, which means this term is very small. So the adjustment due to the change in the level is very small. And the old trend stays. That's why it's very close to a straight line. But if it wasn't a straight line, the model would have had the power to adjust to it. It doesn't need to be a straight line. It just needs to keep refitting the straight line. And the slope of that refit can change. So if the level is changing, it has the ability to change the value of beta or change the value of B. So my estimate of beta is telling me, the fact that it is a low number is telling me that the trend is nearly a straight line. My slope does not need to change much. If, for example, my alpha was very, very low, what would have that told me? If my alpha was a very low number, I would have concluded that my level is not changing, which means my series is doing this. But my series is not flat, my series is increasing. So my alpha has to stay away from 0 to be able to increase. But my trend does not need to increase. My trend can remain the same. Seasonality. Seasonality is this number is high. This number being high means what? This number being high means, yes, there is seasonal fluctuation and it's trying to adapt to that seasonal fluctuation as it goes along. So what that means is it's going to begin with these corrections. This is the initial correction factor for the seasonality. And it begins by saying January is about 94%, February is at about 75%, wherever it is. February, March, April, May, June, July. This is every month. There are 12 of those. Every month. And it begins at that. It begins at that and it updates it. It updates it because that gamma is close to 0.6. So as the years go by, it keeps adjusting that number. If gamma was very, very close to 0, that number would not have been adjusted. So it's capable of changing the seasonality correction. If the seasonality correction is changing. See the gamma here. If gamma is say very close to 0, then this is going to be almost like STM minus 1, which means S of t is going to equal S of t minus 1, which means the seasonal term does not change at all. So therefore, what this model does, it's a little hard to interpret, but what this model does is it sort of tells you what this fit is actually trying to do. If you don't want to hack into this model, that's okay. The forecast is there for you in any case. It's got certain things here called the AIC, BIC, etc., which are model fits, which are an interpretation as to how well the model fits. But you don't need to do that because we're not going to look at models that way. We're going to look at models by comparing test and training anyway. So that part you don't necessarily need to look at. So we can forecast. In this particular case, this is just a plot of the forecast. Yeah, log shouldn't be there, right? Because we worked on a multiplicative without the log, correct? This doesn't look right. So this is my forecast. And again, these little boxes, in this particular case, because my default had been set at 80 to 95, I think this is your 80 and your, which means that you're 95% sure that I'm between these two. And as some of you were yesterday pointing out, at the end of all this sophistication, that seems way too large. Right? That seems like a waste of effort. But that's the kind of uncertainty that this data is carrying. So this is the point estimate and this is the forecast. So if you want an upper estimate of sales, for example, you should plan possibly for this happening. Possibly for this happening. A lower estimate, a pessimistic estimate possibly could be this.
So that actual bold line is the actual value?
No, this is only the forecast.
That forecast is almost fitting to our.
We don't know that. We'll see that. We don't know that. We'll see that. We'll see how well it actually fits, as you were saying. So we haven't seen that, but we can compare that, which is what we're going to see here, which is the accuracy. So that's this. So what we're now going to do is we're going to combine the forecast and the actuals from this model into again a vector. This is my 2013 actual test 454 and my forecast is here 440.877. Close, but perhaps not quite good enough. Almost there. Still little underpredicted. Still little underpredicted. What does that mean? It means that the trend was increasing faster than historically. The last 2 years have seen an increase in trend that is a little more than what the historical evidence of the increase in trend suggests. I'm doing exactly the same thing as before, the RMSE and the mean absolute predicted error. RMSE of 49 and MAPE of 0.703. Since this is the second forecast that we are doing, it's useful to compare this with the first one. This root mean square error is about 49 and this absolute percentage error is about 7%. In my previous model, so the random walk model, this was 53 and this is 0.06. So in a root mean square error sense, my exponential smoothing model is better. But in a percentage error sense, it's a little worse. In a percentage error sense, this is a little worse. Now, this is not surprising because remember what these models are trying to do. These models are trying to fit outside the data set. Now, when you fit outside the data set, what are the things that could potentially go wrong? Have you done a bias variance trade-off thing somewhere in some course? Not yet. Not in detail, etc. So, it's not a neural network idea. Neural networks are often used for it. It optimizes bias variance, but the bias variance trade-off is this idea. The bias variance, you've done regression. So the idea is a little like this. So suppose I want to, well, today you were building model. Today you were doing logistic regression models. Very nice. So what were your X's? Your Y was what? Default or marketing, right? Positive things. Churn. And what was your X? Income? RFM? Recency? An RFM, right? So what's your R? RFM is yesterday. Recency can't be yesterday. So whatever. So there would be. Let's say. Okay, I'm not going to get in your marketing teacher space. So there'll be a recency value vector, and there'll be a frequency vector, and let's say there's a monetary value vector. So you're trying to predict churn based on say 3 predictors. Now let's suppose that is going to cost you money to get those predictors, and you're asking yourself the question: what will happen if I use one less predictor? So I know that my right model has 3 predictors. But I'm asking the question, can I get away with only 2? What will go wrong? What will go right and what will go wrong? So okay. So now I have a model. Now this is in regression terms, not in your logit terms. Or I can do it in the logit. No, I confuse things. So beta naught plus beta 1 x1 plus say beta 2 x2 plus say beta 3 x3. Correct. This is an equation. Where did this equation come from? This equation came from, well, originally you began with this. There was an error. And then you said, let me minimize this error. Okay. Subtract out the epsilon and put a hat in. This is my forecast formula. Now what I'm asking is, what happens to this forecast formula if I ignore the third term? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Depends on how significant it is. So if beta 3 for example is 0, I can throw it away. No loss. That's variable selection. Why you do hypothesis testing, why that whole p-value stuff exists in logistic regression. If it's 0, you can throw it away in a consequence free way. But let's suppose it is not 0. Let's suppose it is not 0. If it is not 0, what's going to happen is you're going to generate an incorrect forecast, shall we say. In other words, you're going to generate bias. Your forecast will be biased. because you have removed this. If it was correct with this term, then without this term it is going to be, let's say, incorrect, either large or small depending on the sign of this beta 3. However, now I'm going to make things a little complicated. I'm going to say that this is all bakwas statistics anyway. So I'm not going to allow you to give a forecast. I'm going to force you to give a forecast plus minus an error. You're not allowed to give me a number. Your number's wrong anyway. Whatever you do, your number's wrong. So don't give me a number, please give me a number plus a error. So now what I need to do is I need to calculate what the variance of, let's say, y hat is. Now the variance of y hat is going to come from where? The variance of y hat is going to come from the variance of this thing. Now where is the variability of this thing? The variability is here. So now I'm going to calculate the variance of all these things. Let's say the variance of beta naught hat plus beta 1 hat x1 plus beta 2 hat x2 plus say beta 3 hat x3. I'm making a very simplified assumption. Now suppose I ignore this. What will happen to the variance? The variance will, unless it is very peculiar, the variance is going to come down. Why? Because there is less uncertainty in the prediction. So when I use fewer terms, I predict the wrong thing, but I predict it better. So I'm left with a solution that when I do a prediction, and this is my actual point, let's say my y, which is a better forecast? Is this a better forecast? Or is this a better forecast? The second one is a better forecast because the y is inside it, but the second one is a much bigger number. It's a bigger range. He's going to be even unhappier. And he's right. We want a small range for the forecast to be useful, which means we want smaller variance. But the way to have a smaller variance is to have less uncertainty in the model. And the way to have less uncertainty in the model is to have less things estimated. But as soon as you have less things estimated, you're not estimating correctly anymore. You must have seen this before in some course somewhere in some capacity. It shows up everywhere. Right? So this is the bias variance trade-off. Now to some extent, this RMSE tracks variance and this MAPE tracks bias from a purely analytical perspective. So this model is better than the random walk with drift model in a variance sense, but it's slightly worse in a bias sense. That doesn't mean it's worse. There's a trade-off. There's absolutely a trade-off. In fact, this trade-off has a formula. The formula looks a little like this. Expected value of the actual minus the forecast. Say y minus y hat. Y minus whole squared is equal to the variance of y hat plus the expectation of y hat minus the expectation of y. In other words, this is variance and this thing is bias squared. Variance plus bias squared. How far off I am from where I want to be is a sum of the variance and the square of the bias. And you can be close to where you want to be by either having small variance or by having small bias. And it's very hard to have a model that does both. A big complicated model tends to have a low bias and a high variance because of the complications in the model and the many parameters that it's estimating. Or a simple model tends to have low variance but it tends to have high bias. So I think if you do a machine learning course, I think Papaditya, PKV, many of them are wanting to do it, then you'll see other versions of this. But this is just one illustration of it. There's nothing peculiar in this about time series. This phenomena exists in any kind of machine learning or analytical circumstance, like regression, like logistic regression. It's not a time series kind of phenomena.
Sir, we don't have a model which can handle both.
Yes, every model handles both.
But in a correct way.
In a correct way.
Not
not affecting this. So he asked an interesting question. He asked the question, why should I use simple exponential smoothing at all? Since the forecast is not doing anything. But how many parameters is the simple exponential smoothing using? How broad is it? So let's go back here. So look at this number. So look at where am I? So let's go back and see the output of this. Here is my output of Holt, right? Now look at the forecast, 475, correct? Now look at the 95, this goes from 381 to 569. 381 to 569. Now let's go back. This is my simple exponential smoothing. 471. This goes from 378 to 5. The simple exponential smoothing forecast is going to be better. Almost always and invariably from the more complicated model. Because the Holt model is doing better than the simple exponential smoothing model by adding complexity. And as soon as it adds complexity, it adds uncertainty. So, as soon as you want a better forecast, you also get a more uncertain forecast. So, the trade-off that you are asking for is a trade-off between seeing, do I want a narrow forecast or do I want a correct forecast? Do I want to do the wrong thing well or the right thing badly? That's true. He's saying this is too much. I mean, but in the middle there's a Holt model sitting out there. In the middle there's a Holt model sitting out there where the same problem, you're going to see that is going to be a little better than Holt Winters from a variance perspective. Because he's not trying to estimate seasonality parameters. So it's going to be a little narrower. It's going to be a little more, precise, if you want to put it that way. So in all these models, so now in statistics, this is a hard thing to do, but in machine learning or the machine learning approach, this is an easy thing to solve, because what do I need to solve? I simply need to solve whether it fits well or not. And very often, therefore, what people do is people look at their criteria and say, I'm going to look at MAC, I'm going to look at MAP, and then I'm going to say, I'm going to use one of these two things. Both MAP and RMSE have elements of bias and variance. It's just that RMSE tends to be a little more sensitive to variance. It's like an error measure, and MAP, because it's like a mistake in the forecast kind of measure, tends to be a little more sympathetic to bias. But both of them carry the same thing, and they say, you figure out why the measure is right or wrong. Just compare with the actuals. So the machine learning answer to this question is, figure out the right loss function, figure out the right measure of properness that you are comfortable with. What is acceptable? If RMSE is okay, then RMSE is okay. And not to worry about this too much. In the statistical perspective, this is a hard question. For example, in regression, you struggled with this and you used a notion called adjusted R-square. Adjusted R-square does what? Adjusted R-squares adjusts for too many parameters. Now, why does it adjust for too many parameters? It says that if there are too many parameters, I might overfit. In other words, the extra parameter is getting me more fit, but not enough compared to what one more parameter should do. In other words, it's adding more variance, but not reducing bias enough. So the criteria of maximum adjusted R-square sort of is a bias variance trade-off kind of compromise. And statisticians do that because they do not have the test training principle to guide them. The guiding principle is a population sample kind of principle. But if you have a test training principle like this, etc., then you don't need to worry about it so much. It's still there if you want. This criteria of AIC is that. The AIC criteria that is there is a criteria that is comparable to adjusted R-square. This criteria is a comparable criteria to adjusted R-square. Minus twice log likelihood. So lower values of AIC are good. So here's a little table that kind of says that based on all of these, what kind of forecast method can I use? And use this table at your discretion if you want to. So you've got you can use a simple straightforward decomposition and forecast from that. You can use a random walk with a periodic drift. You can use simple exponential smoothing. ask the question, is there trend, is there seasonality? Would you ever use simple exponential smoothing? Yes, if there is no trend, no trend. Advantages suitable when the data has no clear presence of trend and seasonality. There are some disadvantages. It takes time calibrating the value of parameter. In other words, it needs a certain amount of data to get this well. So you can take a look at this and it gives a theoretical sense as to which of these methods would work. But the simplest proof is in doing it out. Run all these models and see whether from an RMSE sense or from an MAP sense, whichever one you choose, which of these models gives the best. Which is true. That there is no real prediction required. So very often this without a drift, in other words, random walk, for example, without that seasonality parameter or periodic parameter set, is something that does something very similar to simple exponential smoothing. In fact, a very crude version of that. Now, whether you should forecast such a series or not is something that is up to you. In other words, if you're seeing a series that is essentially random noise, in other words, a series that isn't showing much in it, like we had done yesterday, so, something that just randomly moves up and down at different points in time, no seasonality, nothing. I can't do no seasonality. Humans, when they do such signals, the hand goes up and down, which means seasonality. That's what seasonality is, right? Something going up and down. So when you draw things, hand goes up and down, kya kare? Seasonality ho jata hai. So, but if you have something that looks like this, then and you want to forecast, now what would you forecast such a thing to be? Noise. But how do you forecast noise? But do you forecast noise or not? Now, this is actually a very difficult thing to understand, and it's not an easy problem. There was a famous finance professor, he died many years ago, called Fisher Black. So if you do Black-Scholes pricing and things like that. So Black once wrote a paper, a very famous paper, he got awards for it, and the title of the paper was just Noise. Noise, as in noise, okay. But in that paper, he was talking about this, that when we do forecast, we know we have to take noise into account, but do we forecast noise at all? Or do we say that noise is unpredictable? If anything is unpredictable, by definition, I cannot forecast it. Which means you're ending up with something that's pretty much flat. Which means there is no real forecast there at all. Which means why are you doing forecasting? The question becomes increasingly trivial. But you're still left with this uneasy feeling that this is a series that is going up and down and that has, that's things are happening to it. And my forecast is that it's constant. There's something disturbing about that. It's as if you're throwing data away. It's as if you're not taking any advantage of the information that is present in this. And people do do struggle with that idea a lot. Many years ago, I collaborated in a paper in which what we were trying to do was, we were looking at stock prices data, and we realized that the first difference in the logarithm of stock prices or log returns, they were stationary. But there was a pattern in the noise, and we did that is we found frequency diagrams of the noise. Is it blue noise? Is it high frequency? Is it low frequency? And we were trying to do noise mining. We were trying to find patterns in the noise. So it's possible to do that, but it's a far more sophisticated set of methods. And people disagree about it as to whether you should do that or not. Anyway, yes. No, what this weight will do is you can, by the way, when you fit these models, you can always take your value of alpha and beta and gamma in this. So if you believe that, for example, you should give more weightage to the recent past, then what you can do is you can artificially change this gamma. So this gamma is taken to be 0.64 over the 2003 to 2013 period. But you might say that's not exactly true. I want to give more importance to recent weights based on recent events that make the 2003-2007 irrelevant. So you might want to bump up this gamma to about 0.9, 0.8 or 9 or something of that sort, which will adjust seasonality a lot more to the recent happenings in the seasonality. I don't know, I can try that out, but it's a dangerous thing to do, because what the model will do is, the model will learn a lot more from the recent past. But in learning from the recent past, it will then adapt a lot more to what is happening right now, but it's going to want to tend to ignore what had happened in the past. Now that may be a good thing, that may be a bad thing. Not in the recent past, in the forecast window. Because I am forecasting 13 and 14. So the actual sales in 13 and 14 was a little higher, systematically a little higher than what was forecast from 2012 onwards. So if I simply looked at 2003 to 2012, the forecast that I got was slightly under. So 2013 and 2014 were a little higher than expected. Now his point is that can I somehow interpret that to be a drift, a change, and that change was already present in, let's say, 2012 and 13. So by biasing the model towards the more recent past, can I pick that up? And the answer is possibly, but in biasing the model, you're also making the model use less data. And so I'm not sure which way the answer would go, but you're welcome to try it out. Yes, that's a much more complicated problem, as I said. So, and that model, you may do that, for example, like share, right? So when you grow a market, I don't know whether you're doing that in marketing or not, but when you grow a market, how do you grow a market? Or how do you grow a product base? One way is that you take market share away from someone. The other is you get new share. In other words, you get new people come in. And these often require different kinds of strategies. Sometimes, as you said, you're cannibalizing your own product line. You're essentially saying that I'm not going to do this. So I remember many years ago, one of the more commonly used, in fact, a very popular car was the Innova, the Toyota Innova. Everybody had an Innova, more or less. And then suddenly Toyota said, we're not going to do any Innovas. And everybody said, why? Everyone likes the Innova. Why is the Innova, disappearing? But Toyota essentially said that we want that Innova market and we want another car in that market, which is in some long-term way a fairly sensible way to think. That if I have that Innova market is where I should be launching my new product. So they cannibalize their own market in order to be able to get an easier ride into a bigger market share. Now, what that happens from a time series perspective is, so for example, what would happen to the share of Innova? Now, by definition, the Innova share would just drop because Innova to some extent stopped. But the other markets share, but the other products that was coming in to replace it would get an artificial boost up, which would be less than what a typical time series or any market projection forecast would do. And so can you conceivably do that? Yes. I mean, it's the business equivalent of a politician setting aside and leaving the seat to his son. Right? I mean, the seat is being cannibalized, so to speak. But the son is getting a boost from the vote bank that was there. But the father is not getting any boost. The father's vote share is forecast to be something and suddenly it becomes zero. The son's forecast with no credibility, whatever you would expect it to be low, but he's going to get a cannibalized share of that vote. That makes forecasting very difficult. You're right. But yes, what you can do is this. What you can do is in data sets of this kind or your kind, the better way to do that is not to do this. The better way to do that is to forecast using a smaller series. Repeat this, but don't use all of 2003 to 2012. Use this, let's say, from 2009 to 2012 and see what happens. Don't let the data fiddle around too much in the past. And that is always a standard way of doing it. It leads to its own problems. Should you do that? So for example, let's suppose that I'm trying to understand how much raise you will get next year. Correct? And I'm going to ask yourself the question, I'm going to forecast your annual raises, and I'm going to forecast is as an average of your previous year's raises. Your choice is, how many years should I take? Should it be 1? Should it be 2? Should it be 3? Should it be 4? Now you see the problem. If I take 1, then my entire data is going to be driven by how much raise you got this year. But if I take, let's say, 5 or 6, then I'll get an average picture of what you are like and where your career is going. But maybe that represents too much of what is happening 3 or 4 years ago. And you may say, no, forget about that. I'm a lot better now. So it's a bias between saying, do I use a little bit of correct information, but one that is not validated by long-term performance? Or should I use long-term experience and say is there an easy answer to that? No, as you yourself are probably figuring out in your head. There's an algorithm here. If you're doing this, it's simply an inverse version of what they're talking about, saying which algorithm should you use. If we have the time, and we might try this kind of algorithmic approach to a new data set and see what happens. Or you might try it and I might help you out. Okay. So this is one approach. Now if you remember, we had talked about two different approaches to time series analysis. When did we begin this class? 2:30, right? So the second way of doing it, let me go back. So the first way of doing it was here, decomposition. Decomposition means I'm taking a series and I'm splitting it up into seasonality, level, trend and seasonality. And I'm forecasting based on that. The other way of doing things is to look at the problem as a regression problem and say, my problem is I want to predict yt and I'm going to write it as a function of my previous y's. Now this seems a little obvious, but there's a little peculiarity to that that's going to cause us some problems. Now the first is this idea of a stationarity. Now the stationarity concept is something that I've talked about before, but what is stationarity? Stationary means a series whose statistical characteristics are not changing over time. So in particular, for example, one definition of it is that a process is said to be stationary if its mean and variance are constant over a period of time, and the correlation between two time periods depends only on the distance between the two time periods. That's a very precise definition of what stationarity is.